Sir also provides research guidance where 12 students are awarded with PhD, 3 theses are submitted, and Sir also guides 2 postdoctoral fellowship and 45 MTech students. Sir has published several research papers in national and international journals. Sir has successfully completed 16 research projects sponsored by AICTE, RUSA, Department of Science and Technology, Science and Engineering Research Board, and UGC project of up to rupees 2.15 crores. Sir has received 2 patents and has filed for 5 more patents. Sir has also received awards such as Best Research Funding Award in the year 2017, Best Teacher Award at the hand of His Excellency K. Shankar Narayanan, Governor of Maharashtra State in 2014. Sir has widely traveled to various foreign countries such as Singapore, Germany, Thailand, Indonesia, Japan, Switzerland, France for conference presentation, professional interaction, and visit to several universities. Sir is working for various consultancy assignments of industries such as Godrej Industries, Sunwin Global Malaysia, Kumar Metals, Thane, etc. With respect to administrative experience, during the year 2016-18, Sir has worked as professor and head Department of Oil and Oil Cables and Surfactant, Institute of Chemical Technology, Mumbai. Formerly, he was holding the position of professor, head Department of Paint Tech and director at UICT, North Maharashtra University, Jalgaon. Sir has served as IQAC member, director, member of Senate Academic Council of North Maharashtra University, and presently Sir is member of Executive Council, Jawaharlal Nehru University, Delhi, UGC NAC peer team member since 2019 and 20. Sir, it's indeed a privilege to have you today with us on the occasion of this national conference. I would request our Honorable Pro Vice Chancellor, Dr. Ravindra Kulkarni, sir, to deliver his inaugural speech.
One of the youth icon, and for my entire career, I was holding Mr. Achyut Godbole as a role model, and I am fortunate enough who is the chief guest of this conference. So indeed, I extend my sincere thanks to the organizer for inviting Achyutji as a chief guest and definitely enhance the status of the conference. My young students could understand his state. Of course, he is an IITian, but here's the more importantly, the books he has written. All my young friends should go through those books. They will feel excited. They will feel probably the recent trends, emerging trends, and probably will have in this entire books. We always find a real sustainable approach to any problems that we are facing in terms of simultaneously technology angle as well. So it's indeed pleasure for me to share guys with Sri Achyut Godbole, the chairman of this society, Sri Handarkar sir, CEO Patil Madam, convener of the conference, and one of like the principal of this college, Principal Mahesh Joshi, who is my friend since Khandesh. So I have worked almost for 22 years in Khandesh, and we were together in that zone. And so subsequently, both of us came to Mumbai, and now we are again having this friendship continue. So it was indeed a matter of pleasure for inviting me to be for this particular conference, which is a really an apt theme, a right theme. In fact, education is one of the most important field which was affected by pandemic. but the impact of pandemic somehow was reduced, primarily because of the adoption of online technique for education, either for teaching or as well as learning. And over last 2 years, we understood as a teacher, as a student, the impact of digitization as far as education part is concerned. And in fact, we have realized how the things really how one can teach and how one can learn. Also being at different places, like the students were spread all across India. Okay, they were at their native place, and teachers were teaching from the location where they were. And as a result, like it was really a matter of like the digitization made it really important. Like you can learn from at any time at any place, and wherever you would like to recall, the video lectures were made available, and that's really the students definitely benefit. Of course, there are plus and minus points of merits and demerits of each technique. Like face-to-face teaching or online teaching have their own merits and demerits. But let us say, like at least it has given us a good idea of hybrid mode of teaching from now onwards. Really, having understood several benefits connected with the digitization in relation to education. Really now even if this is like you can have certain amount of credits in online module itself, and they are thinking of permitting even up to 40%. And of course, with new education policy, we expect even MOOC to become the part of regular teaching, maybe up to 40% of the credits itself. So that this digitization has definitely education in large way. You talk about digitization or probably automation, either way. It is always said that automation is likely to destroy certain jobs. Well, now we are in the era of fourth industrial revolution. Achuji has already written a book on fourth industrial revolution, which is coming into the market shortly. So, with fourth industrial revolution, where we are talking about robotics, Internet of Things, or probably 3D printing, virtual reality, augmented reality. So, variety of the exponential technology that we are across fourth industrial revolution. It is said that it is going to have a major impact on the entire sectors, and now even people are talking about the fifth industrial revolution very soon with reference to bioprocess technology likewise. So, it is normally said that whenever a technology becomes one, the technology becomes obsolete and which is replaced by new technology, which increases automation, and naturally the automation destroys certain jobs. It's always true that the automation destroys certain jobs because there are certain skills which automation will require, and there are certain skills which the automation may not require. So those skills which have become obsolete, actually the people, say the labor, the workforce who are in possession of those skills which have become obsolete are likely to lose jobs. That's always a negative point of any automation or digitization. But it tells you that although it destroys certain jobs, it creates jobs in other sectors. Because at a when we look at fourth industrial revolution, we said that it's changing at an exponential rate, unprecedented rate. And whenever the technology changes, or a obsolete technology is being replaced by a newer technology. Now, who creates that new technology? It's workforce only. It's a workforce having certain skills. So you require people to create new technologies. So creating new technology requires new skills and new labor force, new workforce. So that also creates a new job opportunity. Whenever you acquire new technologies, you require people to maintain those new technologies. So naturally, a new skill sets in connection with the maintenance of that technology is required. So that gives you additional workforce. And like you require people to create new technology, you require people to maintain new technology, and you require some workforce to support. If I'm utilizing, let us say, I'm supposed to utilize certain online module or a software, then I need someone to tell me about the utilization of that software. Whenever I'm facing difficulty, I need someone to solve that difficulty. So that requires a third workforce. So it's not true that like automation or digitization always destroy job, but in fact it creates new opportunity, it creates new skill sets, it creates new mindset, and you require people or workforce to adopt those new skills and become relevant, even in the area of new technology development. So that has to be kept in mind. Now the digitization uh, really has two impacts. That is what really the theme of this conference. Like we always say that one with reference to economic growth and second with reference to the creation or loss of jobs. So digitization of economics has to be understood from these two angles as well while talking about many benefits which digitization has produced, has acquired. When we just search for the various reports, uh, one of the I was just going through one of the research, like what in what way it has made an impact on the economic growth. It is said that particularly in last 5 or 6 years, the digitization has caused rising economic growth almost close to the level of 225 billion US dollar. So that is what the statistics tells us, that like if you just compare the economic growth prior to say the slow digitization and subsequent to accelerated digitization, one finds a rising economic growth almost by 225 US billion dollar. Now, is it uniform all across? Definitely not, because we always say that as far as economy is concerned, we have two different sectors. One is developed economy and developing economy. We always present ourselves in a developing economy. India represents a developing economy, and so when we look at the distribution of this economic growth, one observes that developed economies have gained more from digitization. And say when one compares the growth of economy due to digitization between these developed countries and developing economies, then one observes that really developed countries have gained almost 25% more in terms of economic growth. Developing countries probably have experienced less impact of digitization. But then there is another story like creation of job. Now, what happens in like developed countries, if you look at other US or probably the other European countries, then one observes that their digitization has reduced the workforce, or really they have led to the loss of certain jobs for which low skills was required, for which manual operations were required. Now, those jobs or those sectors which required really less skills, cheaper labors. So where these sectors moved upon, like which these sectors are naturally hospitality industry, for example, retail industries, for example. Okay, these are the industries which require less skill, and with automation, probably the labor cost, okay, which with higher skills are required, then these sectors have shifted from developed economy to developing economy, and developing economy probably gain from increase in the job growth. So when you compare the impact of digitization on economy, so while developed countries experience more economic growth, while developing economy experiences more job availability. Okay, so these two things need to, I think through this conference you will be coming across a lot of papers, and that's the right way of it. But I will just tell you one typical example how digitization has really made an impact on earning revenue, in earning quantum of revenue. Say when one compares the year that required to attain $1 billion revenue for a company like Dropbox, it almost required 4 years. in that comparison, when you talk about Uber, a new a company that has benefited a lot because of digitization. So yeah, we observed that Uber required almost 2 years to reach $1 billion economy. Now going further, again the next impact of digitization, that is Instagram. Instagram could acquire $1 billion revenue just within a month. So this tells us the growth which digitization has promoted in terms of an economy. Of course, we need to talk about definitely its different angle also. I will just tell you one important advantage which university has gained as a part of digitization, and probably then I just declare the program as inaugurated because I am not supposed to speak more during inauguration. So, like in one impact, so that is naturally an indirect impact on economics. One of the basic issue that we have faced at a university was with reference to promotion of your teachers. I'm talking to my young students that your teachers need to be promoted on a regular basis so that they keep themselves motivated and will extend best teaching. So probably the overall rate capism that was involved in like providing cash promotions, like appointing a committee, then conducting interviews, then giving again an approval, all those. That was completely manual before 2019. And as a result, hardly very few cash promotions could have been undertaken. Now, realizing that it involves a lot of the applications to be moved from table to table and then ultimately reaching to Vice Chancellor for approval. So we replaced it by completely digital board so that a faculty will apply for promotion through his college, and then college will forward it to consult section will forward it to D for approval of the committee, PVC will approve finally, and then the committees will be sent to the consult college and then again approval. So the entire passage period was reduced to a very shorter period because of replacement of a manual model by a digital model. And what we were not able to carry promotions in due magnitude before 2019, but within 2021, in spite of being pandemic, we were able to promote almost teachers by 2,000. So almost 2,000 faculty could be promoted in spite of big pandemic. That was because of impact of digitization. So it has definitely many economic angles. Teachers got their promotions in due time. They got salary at increased salary at right time. So they accordingly invested that salary for really their e-content development for the students. Developed new form of teaching, video lectures, 4-quadrant teaching, and all that really ultimately it has impacted the education sector, and the education sector has benefited a lot. So this is how just one point that really I'm just presenting from the university angle. Really, these 2 days conference will have a lot of deliberations on say impact of digitization on economics. We will be able to come across many research findings, many emulating recommendations, deliberations. So I extend my best wishes to the organizers as well as all the participants and the speakers for this 2 days deliberation. And I understand that with these 2 deliberations, with participation of many esteemed speakers, we will have a overall set of recommendations emerging from this 2-day conference, which will be published in the form of a book and will be released. So let me extend my sincere thanks to the organizers for inviting me to be the part of this conference. Thank you.
Thank you very much, sir, for giving us a bright insight on the topic of this conference. Sir has very rightly highlighted the opportunities as well as what threats we are having with digitalization. Though we say that with the digitalization and automation, a lot of jobs are going to be lost, but at the same time, we have to see at the brighter side also that various new technologies and various new skills are also required. And for making that technological things work, human resources required. So acquiring new and updated skills is the need of the hour for the young talented kids so that they can come ahead and do with the help of digitalization. At this note, I would request our college principal, Dr. Mahesh Chandra Joshi sir, to welcome Dr. Kalim Khan sir. Dr. Kalim Khan sir, Director of RK Institute of Management. Okay, now let us move ahead to the session. Now it is indeed my great privilege and pride to introduce our keynote speaker, Mr. Achyut Godbole sir. Sir has completed his chemical engineering from IIT Mumbai in the year 1972. Sir has scored 16th in his SSC board exam and first in his university exam. Sir has throughoutly scored 100% marks in almost all his mathematics exams from first education. Experience of 32 years in software industry, out of which 23 years Sir has been heading as CEO and managing global software companies with thousands of software engineers worldwide. Sir has traveled all over the globe with more than 150 countries for IT business. Sir has contributed for the IT companies such as Patni, Syntel, L&T, Infotech, Apar, and Disha. Sir has written several books. Just to name a few, there are many books which Sir has written, and they are all are best-selling books. Just to name a few, he has written technical books on operating system, data communication and networks, web technology, then Chinese and used as reference book in many countries. So this book he has been used as reference book in many countries, the technical books. Apart from that, Sir is also having to his credit various popular best-selling books in Marathi, such as Boardroom, Nagved, Kimyagar, Artha, Gulam, Navodaya, Musafir, Zapurza, Volume 1, 2, 3, Limelight, Canvas, Rakta, Vitamins, then Symphony, Samved, Anartha, My Lord, Sharir, Sajivan, Pravas, Prakash, Infotech, Anna, Hava, Prakash, Vidya Kanya, and many more on various versatile topics. Sir is also a popular column writer on Tantra Mantra, that is technology, then Udya Teja, that is tomorrow's world, and Vidya Var. Sir has awarded with his books Nagved, Kimyagar, Navodaya, Mannat, and Anartha by many organizations, including state government. Sir has keen interest in science, technology, mathematics, management, music, literature, arts, economics, philosophy, psychology, future, apart from information technology. Sir has given speeches on radio, television, YouTube, and in many conferences worldwide on science, technology, management, music, literature, economics, mathematics, rationalism, tomorrow's world, and my life experiences in English as well as in Marathi language. Sir was awarded with very prestigious distinguished alumni by IIT. Sir was awarded twice by the Prime Minister for excellent performance of his company in software export. Udyog Ratna Award, then Kumar Gandharva Award by Pandit Bhimsen Joshi, Sahyadri Navratna Award, Indradhanu Award for his contribution in economics, then award as for his contribution in psychology, then Marathi Maharashtra Sahitya Parishad Award for his contribution in literature, Marathi literature. At the same time, Sir has been awarded for his nanotechnology contribution in the field of nanotechnology. Then Jeevan Gaurav Puraskar by AIT Pune, Abhimandan Puraskar from Chaya Foundation, And many more awards are there on his credit. At the same time, Sir has also participated in delivering TEDx lecture on information technology in Goa. Sir was the president of Yuva Natya Sahitya Academy held in the year 2011. Sir was chief guest at the function of Brun Maharashtra Mandal, USA, held in Los Angeles in the year 2015, and again in a similar function in London in 2017, and again as a chief guest at a function in Sydney, Australia. Sir has contributed to building Ashriyama, a school for Mumbai mentally challenged children. Sir is also actively working in social field for Build Tribals after his IIT, and currently 3 PhD students are doing PhD on the books which are published by Godbole sir. Sir currently is acting as a managing director of Soft Excel Consultancy. So with this huge and excellent biodata of Achyut Godbole sir, we are very much pleased and privileged to have you today with us as a keynote speaker. I would request Achyut Godbole sir to kindly deliver his keynote address.
Distinguished guys, Dr. Kulkarni, President Hajankar, Dr. Joshi, Dr. Patil, and all my friends. I would be talking about not just sort of impact on India and digitization. Digitization, in my opinion, is a very narrow term. I mean, in our IT career, when you scan a document, you could call it digitization. What I would be talking about is the impact of digital technology, or the technology, and I think Professor Kulkarni has already mentioned this. Taken the half of my lecture actually has been covered by him, and his speech was very good. But I'll give you a basic scenario of what's likely to happen in the future. I think it's very important for all of us, regardless of whatever walk of life we choose to pursue in our life. I think it's very important for us to understand what's in store for us, what's likely to happen in a few decades from now, and few decades, not even the end of the century. I mean, because the rate of change is extremely rapid. And to give you some idea, let me go back to the beginning of the universe. The universe was created 14 billion years ago. The Earth was created for 4.5 billion years ago. The first living being came into existence 3.75 billion years ago. And then there was evolution, and the human history spans for around 100,000 years. Alvin Toffler divides the human history into 3 epochs: agriculture, industry, and services. That's also how we divide our GDP, if you care to notice, agriculture, industry, and services. Agriculture spanned for tens of thousands of years, but there was no progress. There was hardly any progress. The way we lived yesterday was the same way we live today, the same way we would live tomorrow, and the same was true for weeks and months and years and decades and centuries. So there was hardly any change because there was no technology. Then came industrial revolution, and only in a few centuries, the kind of technological changes that we witnessed was much more than the changes that we witnessed in tens of thousands of years of agriculture. And then came services. I mean modern services. Modern services started from 1960 onwards when information technology really began, or took shape, or came of age. Now, from 1960, in a few decades of services in the IT, banking, insurance, the modern services, the technological change that took place in the few decades was much higher than the progress that we made in a few centuries after industrial revolution, which in turn was much higher than the progress that we made in a few tens of thousands of years of agriculture. So we are talking here about D2Y by DX. I don't know whether you've done mathematics or not, but we're talking about the rate of change. So it's not just the change that we're talking about, but the rate at which the change is happening is so high. Just to give you some idea, the technological progress that we've made in the last 10 years was much higher than the technological progress that we made in the entire history of mankind. I mean, that's the kind of progress that we're talking about. If somebody asks me today as to what's likely to happen in the next 10 years, I don't look at last 10 years because that's not how I can extrapolate. Extrapolation will fail. It's not because we are suddenly more intelligent, we are not. It's because we are standing on the shoulders of our predecessors, like Newton used to say. Newton used to stand on the shoulders of Copernicus, Kepler, and so on. We are standing on the shoulders of hundreds of thousands of scientists and technologists working all over the world, which was not the case a few decades ago, which was not the case a few centuries ago. Therefore, the rate of change is enormous, enormous. I mean, you can't even imagine what's likely to happen in the next 10 years. So that's the kind of thing that I'm really talking about. Now, if you look at only the services portion, 1960s was the era of mainframes. When there were large computers, they used to emit heat. They were not very reliable. People are afraid of using computers. Only big banks used to have computers, and they used to use them for data storage and so on, or payroll and some batch processing applications. Then came 1970s, which was an era of mini computers. The prices fell, the size fell, the power increased, but still people are afraid of using it. Then came 1980s, which was the personal computer era. That's when you had graphical user interface, you had colors, you had multimedia. What is multimedia? There are 4 types of media in which we communicate with each other. We have been communicating with each other for age-old times. Text, that is A to Z, 0 to 9. When we type something on the keyboard, it is converted into zeros and ones. Audio, today, audio is converted into zeros and ones. We have CDs and we have mobile songs, as you know. Video is also converted into zeros and ones. And photograph. In mobile phone, you take a photograph, converted into zeros and ones. These are the 4 formats of forms which are called multimedia. And on a screen, you can use them simultaneously. That's the whole idea. So therefore, in fact, the data rates are different. When I wrote a book on operating systems, I had to include one more chapter on multimedia operating systems because it treats the multimedia operating systems differently than the normal operating system. But I think we need not go into that. Because of personal computers and multimedia, which have colors, graphical user interface, the prices fell, the size fell, and then you started witnessing PCs on almost every desk, or at least many professionals. Many houses, many offices, hundreds of them. And therefore, the people started believing in them because they could touch and feel and use the computers for a change, for the first time in their history. And then, many applications mushroomed in retail, in education, in entertainment, in just about everywhere. And that's when the nature of jobs started changing. That's when obsolescence started creeping in the whole business industry. The old jobs that have to be discarded, you have to unlearn and learn. And that's the theme I'll probably return when I finish my talk, another 20-30 minutes. You have to unlearn and learn all the time. That's what you will have to do in your future, careers. When, let's say, in banking, there were teller clerks. When you want to withdraw, deposit cash, you used to go there. You have to wait, and when turn came, and then when used to do the same thing, you used to go to the teller clerk, you used to dispense with cash, right? All that was completely vanished after ATMs came. What did teller clerks do? They lost their jobs. So they had to learn something new if they had to sustain in life. Old times there were typists and there were typewriters, I don't know how many of you have even seen a typewriter, but there were typists, you would type and when the one line is over, the rod went on left hand side and so on. So there were carbon copies, etc. With word processor, all that vanished. So the typist had to learn the tricks of the word processor. Otherwise, he or she was jobless. Then came DTP, which is in fact a higher version of word processing. Without DTP today, publishing is impossible. See, the mantra was that earlier IT was a nice thing to have. There was an IBM, in fact, there was an IBM room in 1960s and 70s in large companies at one corner, and some programmers with punch cards used to just go on one place to another, and nobody used to know what was happening. Everybody was so afraid of computers that in the computer room, people used to remove chappals outside the computer rooms. And only 2 places they had to remove chappals. One is temple and the computer room. Because nobody knew what was happening inside. But all that changed because people started understanding what was happening. They lost, they completely, there was no fear any longer. But then what happened was the jobs underwent enormous amount of change. Old jobs vanished. With DTP, for instance, I'll give you an example. Without DTP, no publishing can take place, no newspaper can take place. If a newspaper today says that I will not use DTP, that newspaper will have to close down within 1 hour. I'll give you an example. At 10 o'clock in the night, a news comes to the newsroom that American president or some president has been assassinated. Now that news in earlier times had to be published next day because all in Marathi were the clears around, the page had already been made and you couldn't change it. What was to be printed in the first page, the second page, third page, etc. With DTP, within minutes, you can take photographs, you can shift what was to be printed in the first page to the third page, or fifth or eighth, whatever. If it is New York Times, it's 100, second page, whatever. And then move to the first page, what you now want to print with photographs and with whatever news, etc. Within minutes, you can restructure that page. That's only possible because of DTP. If one newspaper says, I will not use DTP, that newspaper will not be sold. So that is how the IT at one time was lagging behind businesses. It used to say, when I was in IBM, I remember, we used to go to customers and say, please give us some jobs, and they used to give us some payroll and that kind of stuff. Now in 1980s, and which was also accompanied by another movement, which I won't go to, the management movement, which is called business process reengineering, which essentially meant that you have to really restructure your business based on information technology as a central piece. So you have to change your purchasing, inventory, all the processes you have to redesign, assuming that you're building these processes based on information technology. And that's why there was a big surge in America, especially in the 1980s, mid-80s onwards, to use computers, because if one company did not use and the competitor used it, that the company was thrown out of business. So each company had to restructure, reorganize their processes around information technology. That's why there was a huge surge of demand on programmers in America in 1980 onwards. And the rate of programmers was $100 per hour at that time. And that's when I was, in fact, Narayan Murthy had left Patni and started Infosys, and I sat in the same chair and ran Patni for 11 years. And then that's when ourselves, Patni, Intel, Intel wasn't there, but TCS, Infosys, all these companies started going to America and started cold calling and then telling them that you have to pay $100 per hour to an American. We will charge you only $60, including our airfare, hotel, and everything. But it took a while for them to get convinced about our the quality of our people, and then they started accepting our people. In 1980s, one decade, 100,000 people went from India to America. 100,000, and that they created the trust and credibility. And that then the 1990s was an era of the internet. That's when the call centers started coming, the software centers emerged in Pune, Hyderabad, etc. That's the progress rate of Indian IT and worldwide. So 60s mainframe, 70s mini, 80s is PCs, 90s is internet. 2000 onwards was the mobile computing. And 2011 was the year when Germany announced a new revolution which is called Industry 4.0. For the first industrial revolution, I won't go into steam, and second was the cars, and third was general information technology. Now the fourth industrial revolution, and which consists of, as Professor already mentioned, consists of various technologies. One is artificial intelligence, second is big data, third is IoT, the Internet of Things, and industrial Internet of Things. Fourth is augmented and virtual reality, and fifth is 5G. 5G is going to just invade all of us in a few years. Right now we're in between 4 and 5. And then the 3D printing and cloud computing. So these are various technologies that are going to explode in the new world. I won't have time to explain all these, though I'd love to. And sometimes if you call me to explain all these technologies, I can guarantee that anybody from 10th standard onwards will understand if I speak. about how AI works, big data works, etc., they will no longer remain a mystery to you. But I think you will call me again. But that's a separate issue. I'll just talk about what's likely to happen in the future with positive time. What is likely to happen? Now, what I'm going to talk about is not very future. In fact, some of those things are already happening. When I used to give a talk 15 years ago, 20 years ago, people used to look at me with a lot of suspicion whether this guy is just talking through his hat, whether this will happen or not. Today, they don't, because half of what I'm saying is already come to exist. Point number one, for instance. There will be no notes, no coins, no checkbooks, no credit card, no debit card in future. Now, with Paytm, Bheem, and so on, we already are seeing this. But 15 years ago, when I said, how can this be possible? In fact, Nandan Nilekani, my friend from Infosys, no, he was in Infosys, has an excellent video on social media, on YouTube, whatever, on the future of financial technology, of financial services. And he used to, he said 5 years ago that this is likely to happen. I had a word with him, I said, I have been talking about this, is it likely to happen in India? And he said, is it likely to happen in the next 5 years in India? So basically, in China, for instance, there is no note, coin, credit card, debit card, checkbook, nothing at all. Everything happens on mobile phone. When you work, your salary is deposited electronically in zeros and ones in mobile phone. When you buy something, that amount is reduced, which in account terms is debited, I guess. But the point is that you don't need all this. Everything is done using mobile phones. So there will be no. Point number two, which is more, shall I say, interesting, is that there will be no all offices. All offices will become museums. All offices of banks, and this is not science fiction. All offices will become museums, and this is not going to happen in the century. In your career, this is going to happen. Why? Why do you need an office? Let's say take a bank. With ATMs, you don't need teleglass, But with loans, for instance, you can apply for loan from home. All the documents can be uploaded, and then if the manager thinks that the amount is within his or her purview, he can look at the documents and sanction, which means the amount can be transferred electronically. If the amount is higher, he can pass on that to the higher manager, forward the email to the higher manager. Why do you need people getting together in a building? Whether it is insurance, whether it's banks, whether it's stock market, whether it's whatever, just about everything will be done. That's where your digital technology, everything will be done. When I used to run as a CEO, what did I used to do? I used to work, I used to make people believe that I work. But basically, what did I do? I used to call my secretary and say, call my managers, north, south, east, west. They used to come to the conference room. And then I used to say, put your PPTs and tell me which sales have gone up. And somebody says, north sales have gone up, but south have gone down. So I used to sort of ask the reasons to the managers why the sales have gone down. And the managers say, you didn't allow me to hire a sales guy. You didn't allow me to put an advertisement. Whatever the grids were, the fellow used to tell. Then we used to discuss and take some decisions. All that can be done sitting at home. There is no need, because each one will have a screen in front, and then there'll be, and we see 15 years ago when I used to speak, people didn't believe. Today on a television, every minute there are 4 people in 4 boxes from London, America, Calcutta, and whatever, talking to each other, fighting actually, to each other, right? Every minute. So this is not science fiction, this is happening. Why do you need to go to the office? I have 5 books on death of distance. This will, you don't need to travel. And the same is true about schools and colleges. Same is true. You don't need to travel to schools and colleges. Today, the online education is not fully successful. That's because of the shortage of smartphones, and in villages there are issues about bandwidth. So I understand. But in times to come, and the role of the teachers is going to change. The role of the teachers is not going to come and write on the blackboard or whatever. I don't know how to teach this, but write when people taking down, etc. Right? The role of the teachers will be to produce excellent videos. And then come once in a month or once in a week for students to gather and solve problems. It's not sort of spoon feeding, because if you have excellent videos and simulations today, you don't need a teacher to sort of write each line and so on and so forth. Students will still get together for fun, for sports, for picnics, for swimming. They should. Well, they go crazy. So they should and they will. But the necessity of travel, that whether it's education, whether it's office, whether whatever will go. People will travel of their own accord to basically, not just entertainment, but maybe for whatever, group discussions, whatever. The entire life will change. And this is not science fiction, right? This is, I can clearly see that this is going to happen. There are other implications as well. I mean, with artificial intelligence and so on and so forth, there will be driverless cars, for instance, and lakhs of drivers are going to go out of job. In America and Europe, definitely. In India, it will take a little while. There will be flying cars. I don't know with flying cars, how the RTO will work, because if somebody breaks a signal, the RTO will have to also sort of be in the air with whistles, etc. But I don't know, that's another story. But with flying cars and driverless cars and with big data, IoT and IIoT, with IoT and IIoT is going to change the entire landscape of factories. Factories will be talking to each other. It will change the supply chain completely. A machine, there will be hundreds of sensors on a variety of equipment in the home, which is called IoT, Internet of Things. And the only difference is today also there are sensors, today also there is embedded software in washing machine and in whatever. When you set the timer, it's an embedded software. But they will be connected to internet, and that's how IoT. And when factories and the machines are connected, that's called IIoT. So based. Oh, okay. 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 We'll talk. Yeah. So basically, what is I will sort of end in another 5 minutes, but I think it's very important for us to understand what's likely to happen. What is likely to happen is essentially there will be huge disruption in unlearning and learning of skills, like with ATMs, with the tailor clerks lost their jobs, with typists lost their job with word processing and DTM, over DTP. When CAD/CAM came, the draftsmen lost their jobs. Earlier there were draftsmen for any engineering design. When CAD/CAM came, they lost their job. They had to unlearn and learn something new, otherwise they couldn't find a job. The same is going to happen in just about every walk of life, whether it's whatever, any engineering, medicine. Tomorrow's diagnosis is going to be done, a large part of diagnosis is going to be done by artificial intelligence. Today itself, that is being done. I don't know how many are aware, but number of cancers are being detected by artificial intelligence. And AI is detecting those cancers much better than the human does. For the mouth cancer, when mouth cancer pictures, what is artificial intelligence? Artificial intelligence essentially is pattern recognition. When you show the photographs of the mouth cancer patients, hundreds of them, to the artificial intelligence algorithm, it learns how it looks. And when 1 lakh such photographs are fed to the AI machine. Should I continue? Or? Yes. When 1 lakh such photographs are fed to the AI machine, and the 1 lakh first photograph is shown, the AI concludes it already learned how it looks if it is cancer, mouth cancer. So that image recognition is that's what the face recognition and so on and so forth is done by AI. But I won't go into that. There are various techniques of machine learning and deep learning. I'll just tell you how it works so that you understand the basics of machine learning and deep learning. Do I have 5 minutes? 5 minutes? Okay. How machine learning and deep learning works? So this is being talked about quite a lot. So I think I'm sure you must have heard this term, machine learning and deep learning. Earlier, artificial intelligence was based on expert systems, which means it was top-down approach. You have to feed the rules to the AI machine. For doctors, for lawyers, for whatever professions, you had to write a program for expert systems. For a doctor, you used to write a program saying that if one has fever, one has body ache, then you give this medicine. So that if there else rules were coded, hard coded in the computer, in the program of expert systems. Today, that is done to a very less degree. What is done more and more is use machine learning and deep learning. Up to 2000, the machine power, the computer power was not very high. Computers were not very fast. This storage also was not very high. So you used to use the rule-based systems, code the rules in the machine, and they used to take decisions as to what to prescribe as a medicine and so on. And actually, the expert system was about medicine and so on. 2000 onwards, there was a very interesting problem. For instance, in Canada, if I remember right, Canada, they had to translate from French to English. Because Canada was ruled by French and also by British, and therefore any document that the government produces in English had to be translated in French, or any document from French had to be translated into English. And there are hundreds of documents in circulars, government circulars, you know how they are, long big circulars, court orders, hundreds of things had to be translated. And there are really hundreds of people doing translation every day from French to English to French. Then a thought came, can the machine do this translation? And then they realized that they first tried with this expert system kind of algorithm. You feed in the rules of translation. If noun, verb, and adjective and so on. So if you encounter this noun, then translate it in this noun, this verb, that verb, etc. So they really had a rule-based algorithm, but they were very inefficient, but time-consuming, and they could not proceed further beyond a certain point. Then suddenly a brainwave came to somebody's mind. How does a child learn? Do you teach a child, this is noun, this is verb, this is adjective? You don't. But a child picks up the algorithm, that it picks up the rules of the language by just observing, by learning through data. The child, he or she, hears 1, 2, 3, 4 hundreds, maybe thousands of sentences being spoken by the parents and learns the algorithm of the language, the rules of the language. Can the machine do that? So what they did was they built an algorithm which will shall I say, absorb and produce the rules of translation. So they fed one sentence in English and one sentence in French and told the algorithm this is equivalent and asked the algorithm to find out the similarities. With one sentence, obviously, the algorithm couldn't do. But the second algorithm, the sentence, third sentence, fourth sentence, fifth. So the algorithm was written in such a fashion that it started actually building intelligence and find out what the similarities were, what were nouns, what were the past tense of the nouns, and so on, for past tense of the verb, and so on and so forth, and actually build the logic of translation, the way the child learns. That is machine learning and deep learning. Deep learning essentially means there are various multiple layers. We don't need to go into the very detailed technology, but essentially, to normal computer, when you feed data, you have to feed algorithm, and out comes the data. Here you feed data, you feed translations, but hundreds and lakhs of sentences as data, and the computer produces an algorithm that is the rule of translations. When they did that, and then finally say, input sentence in English, 96.5% are actually translated correctly. So that is the beauty. Using that, then there's face recognition, image recognition, which is used in driverless cars, and even the today Google Translate. How does it work? This is how it works. Google Translate, have you tried Google Translate? This is how it works. Because it has learned. It has learned. Nobody is given rule-based algorithm. Translate 180 languages, whatever. How can you produce rules of so many languages, from any language to any language? How can you produce rules? But it has learned the algorithms and the rules of translation. So that's the beauty. Therefore, AI is going to, tomorrow, it will throw all these people out of jobs. In just not just Canada. So it's going to, the upheaval in jobs is going to, I'll just end for 5 minutes. What should people do in that case? A sociologist has said that, that each one will have to undergo a change in one's job 6 times in one's career. Changing jobs does not mean changing from TCS to Infosys or State Bank to Bank of Maharashtra. That's not changing job. Changing the nature of jobs. Because by the time you do this job in 3, 4, 5 years, the job will have become obsolete and you have to learn something, learn old stuff and learn something new. So 6 times people will have to change the way you do things. So this is very important. All teachers, in fact, should invite this to the students. Rather than bugging up a particular technology or bugging up a particular method, if we invite them, you have to undergo change very fast, but we always ready to learn new things. Otherwise, you'll be obsolete, you will be thrown out of business or thrown out of jobs. You can somehow survive and be at the periphery and somehow be thrown out and again somehow join and manage somehow. But I think if you want to be the center of the things, if you want to be a leader, then you must pay attention to what I'm saying. Otherwise, you don't need to pay attention. So, your basics have to be very clear of anything to be able to change to new things. If your basics are wrong, then you won't. So, basics have to be very good. Then you should be ready to learn very rapidly. And that's about companies as well, by the way. Those companies who did not change rapidly but obliterated, thrown out of business. Take Kodak. What is happening in Kodak now? At one time, Kodak was very high, but Kodak chose analog technology of films. But Fujifilm and a few others chose digital technology, and Kodak was finished. Take Nokia. I mean, I used to go to Finland. Nokia was a big company, multi-billion-dollar company in Finland. Where is Nokia today? Just because it did not adapt to operating system. Same is true about BlackBerry. If you understand BlackBerry mobile phone, where is it? I can give 20 examples. I have many examples in my longest talk, which I don't give here. So even companies will have to keep one eye and ear to the technology which is going to be important. If they don't, then they'll be thrown out of business. And similarly, individuals who don't unlearn and learn very rapidly can somehow survive. But if you want to be a leader, you better unlearn and learn very rapidly and very fast. Your fundamentals should be right. Should be unlearn. Third thing, your social communications have to be really very good, regardless of technology and learn, etc. Your communication skills, your listening capability. You should be a good listener. Okay. I mean, you should be a pleasant person, good sense of humor. You should be able to command the respect as well as command, people's cooperation. You should get cooperation from people. If you want to be a leader, that is. So this is very important. You can't be authoritative and dictatorial and frowning all the time without sense of humor, directing and shouting, etc. You will never succeed. Today is an era of teamwork. Gone are the days when Newton used to sit under the apple tree and thought of gravity. Don't start sitting under any tree, nothing will happen. Today everything is teamwork, from pharmaceuticals to everywhere. Even pharmaceuticals, they give direction. The 40 people team, this is molecule on diabetes that we will come up with. This is your budget and you work. It's a teamwork. Even as difficult subjects as cosmology and relativity, etc. I have several friends, IIT, TIFR, and Stanford, etc. This is a teamwork. They communicate with each other. That's what's happening in the field. Nothing today is just one individual with some cigar thinking suddenly brainwave comes. It's almost nothing. So it's a teamwork. Being a good listener, being a team worker, good communication, and communication means English, Marathi, whatever. I mean, I don't believe English is better, Marathi is better, whatever, or Hindi is better, Gujarati is better. But unfortunately or fortunately, when the rule of Britishers for 150 years, and today America rules the world, as you know. So at least I was in software export, so I had to, sort of conduct all my business in English. I'm educated in Marathi medium, but I had to do this because I had to. If your English is not good, you may survive. Nothing will happen. You're not sort of go hungry and die. But if your English is really good, you can be far more successful in bringing home your point to. And what we do is we think in Marathi, whatever, then we translate and then we speak. When IIT, in my first year, I was insulted because of my English. So I am educated in Marathi medium, that much so. When I came, I was insulted, and then I decided that I don't make it intellectual insults. If somebody says you're not good looking, you don't have money, that's okay, because if somebody speaks the truth, why should I mind? But somebody says you can't do it, then I sort of don't take it very lightly and kindly. So then for next 10 months, I just did nothing but improve on English. And it's not just being able to translate and speak. You should speak the way, very fluent and elegantly. That's very important. If you do that, you'll succeed. So in any language, but should you communicate very well, should be pleasant, should be a good team worker, good listener. Apart from being able to have good technology background, but technology means whatever walk of life, accounting, costing, whatever. You should understand what that means and be able to change, unlearn, and learn, and do this. Last two things. One is we must inculcate the entrepreneurial spirit. It's not only looking for jobs, but looking for starting something on your own and how you can employ others. And the last point, that in India, there are 50% of people who can afford to take this education, 50% can't. That India is a quite a country. So whatever we do, whether we are here, whether we go to America, whether we become CEOs, succeed, we should not forget about the remaining half. And always try to keep that in mind and do whatever we do. If we do this, then we will not only succeed in our life, but also be a good human being. Thank you.
Godbole sir has taken us to the memory lane of the history of technology. Sir has very well informed us about the evolution of technology, the past, present, and future of technology. Sir has given us a mantra that to sustain in modern times, the mantra is unlearn and learn. It's better you change and adapt to the new technologies if you want to survive for a longer time. So this is the mantra for the which we can take from the inaugural speech of Achyut Godbole sir. Sir has also highlighted the skills which we can acquire for better working in this modern world, such as to be a good listener, having a pleasing personality, then encouraging teamwork, having good communication skills. So these are other skills which are required for better performance. So once again, I would like to thank Achyut Godbole sir for really enlightening us on the technology and the skills which are required. At the same time, I express my apology for the inconvenience which was caused between your speech, as Dr. Ravindra Kulkarni sir has to leave early, so there was bit inconvenience in between the speech, so I apologize for that. Now I would request Dr. Madhumita Patil, Chief Executive of Chetna Management and Research Institute, to guide us on this occasion.
Respected dignitaries of the dais, student friends. I don't know whether you observed, but while Godbole sir's profile was being read, I was slowly shifting my chair a little bit away from him. मतलब किसके साथ बैठना वो भी थोड़ा सोच के ही बैठना चाहिए. But by the end of his speech, or when I was listening to his rest of the profile, I realized that there were very strong and common bonds that we could share. And he has always shown his affection towards Chetna when he has come for the functions here. I have met him on many platforms, but whenever he comes to Chetna, I realize that whatever our founder president, Sir Shri Madhukaraji Chaudhary has propounded, I think we have friends in Mr. Achyut Godbole, Mr. Ravindra Kulkarni, when they come here and spend their precious time with us on various topics and giving such wonderful insights to students. अब डिजिटाइजेशन मतलब थीम के रिलेटेड बात करना तो मेरे बस में नहीं है. यहाँ पे बहुत नॉलेजेबल लोग बैठे हैं और वहाँ पे इम्प्लीमेंटर्स बैठे हैं. We can never compete with the new generation at the kind of things that they do on their phones and all. So I really very humbly stand here and I say that my connect with my phone is for the phone's WhatsApp corrections on the messages, etc., etc. But beyond the point, I think it's these great people who have told you, and you great people who are in the making. Now you have to decide. You are already blessed with some skills and arts, and now how are you going to implement and use your skills and talent? And I think we as a professional institutes stand very proud here that we see the need of the hour. Then founder president sir saw the need of the hour and he founded the Chetna College. And today we stand here. I must congratulate the college, Chetna College, the principal sir, and all the wonderful faculty who have organized this program. That they have done this conference. They also managed to get somebody right from out of Mumbai, out of state, and I congratulate sir that he has, thank him for being here. And I must say that. So on behalf of Chetna Trust and definitely a part of college, I would like to just say that sir has said, improve your languages, improve your listening skills. Sometimes you may not understand the languages. Just open your eyes, open your ears, open your heart, and try to see कि अगर इस situation में सामने वाला बैठा है, तो what would he have thought? What would he have felt? It's like being AI people, Artificial intelligence कहाँ से आया है? We wanted to imagine something, we wanted to remember something. I'll close my ears and eyes and say, oh, when I was 5 years old, I used to do this. I'll remember something. When I want to imagine something for the future, I'll say, oh, ऐसा करूँगी तो मैं वहाँ जाऊँगी. I mean, this is how you do that, right? So there is one strong technology which is able to read what you're doing, get the capture the vibes that you people are having in your life. वो तुम्हारी सुलू में है ना, बार-बार सुलू का हस्बैंड बोलते हैं, सुलू बत्रा को कैसे पता चलता है कि मैं मेरा हेयर लॉस हो रहा है, वो मुझे क्यों बार-बार गोलियों का ऐड भेजता है. So the point is, there is somebody who is always tracking you, observing you, watching you, and studying you. The same thing you need to do when you grow up and you are growing up. So do that. Keep all your ears and heart and everything open. I'm sure the languages will come. I must congratulate the way this professional conference is being handled. My special congratulations to the MC ma'am. It's a great thing, I'm very proud of Chetna College and the kind of things that sir is bringing here. So all the best to all of you on behalf of the management. Sir is sitting here, so he has given his blessings already. But I must say that I stand as a proud partner of Chetna College and the trust. And I say that yes, what you people are doing is awesome. And we as Management Institute would like to definitely take this forward and come together and let's make every event that we want to plan as a huge success. Wishing you all the best to all of you. Thank you.
Thank you, madam, for your blessings and encouragement for keeping us going. Just for the information, this is the 7th consecutive conference that we are organizing, and this is the first time in the history of Chetna that Department of Commerce has got the sponsorship from ICSSR for this 2 days national conference. It was a teamwork. So it was not possible without the team of Chetna and Chetna Education Trust. So at this note, I will come to the end of this session. Now I will request Dr. Shamali Sontakke, Head of Commerce Department, Chetna College, to propose the official vote of thanks.
Good morning to one and all the dignitaries on the dais, off the dais, and to all the participants, a warm greetings to everyone. It is such an honor to me to get an opportunity to thank all the dignitaries in the inaugural session of 2 days ICSSR sponsored national conference on emerging digitalization trends, opportunities and impact on Indian economy, organized by Department of Commerce, Chetna College, Mumbai. I extend my gratitude to our honorable chief guest, Professor Ravindra Kulkarni sir, Pro Vice Chancellor, University of Mumbai, to take out time from his busy schedule to grace the event. Sir is not here, but he has given a lot of time to us right from the inauguration, and he has given us a good inaugural address. A special note of thanks to Mr. Achyut Bulbule sir. We have seen your pictures, images, and videos. Thanks to digital media, but listening to you live in reality, meeting you, that was really an amazing experience. Thank you. A special thanks to Honorable Pandit Shri Dr. Albadkar sir, President, Chetna Education Trust, for his support and wishes. I am very happy to extend my thanks to Honorable Shri Sada Chaudhary, Secretary of our Chetna Education Trust, for his guidance and wishes. My special thanks to Dr. Madhumita Patil ma'am, CEO of Chetna's Institute of Management and Research, and her constant support and always bringing in lots of positive energy amongst us. My sincere thanks to Dr. Nandita Mishra, Director CIMR, and Dr. Kalim Khan, Director Chetna's Arc Institute of Management and Research. I wish to extend my special note of thanks to resource person Dr. Simon Tattik, Professor, Department of Commerce, University of Kerala, for accepting our invitation for next technical session. I take immense pleasure in extending my sincere thanks to our principal, Dr. M.P. Doshi sir, for guiding and giving us a direction for taking this 7th national conference to greater height. Next, my sincere thanks to Vice Principal Professor Nikum sir, JCS Sandeep Sawant sir, and Professor Naomi, Coordinator Self-Financing Section, for their support and cooperation. A special vote of thanks to Vice Principal and Convener of Conference, Dr. Prashant Bhagat, for continuous effort throughout all these 7 conferences. I wish to extend my special thanks to ICSSR for the aid from there with which we are able to conduct national conference. My sincere thanks to all the teaching and non-teaching staff of our Chetna family. Last but not the least, I thank all the paper presenters, all the research scholars, and the students for making this conference a grand success. Thank you once again.
Yes, thank you all of you. Now we end with the session here. There is a tea break now. So now we will have a tea break, and after that we will gather together for the plenary session.
यश को तो चाहिए तो वो लेने गए तो आए ये भी ना लाइव रिकॉर्डिंग डाली है
यश यश
पॉज है ना अभी?
क्या
रिकॉर्डिंग पॉज है ना? रिकॉर्डिंग पॉज आ रहा है।
लाइव स्ट्रीम ऑफ करने बोलो।
तुझ्या यश आ रहा है
Now let us begin the expert guest lecture session 2 for the day. Good afternoon to the elite gathering. We begin the conference technical session with a person whose words of true wisdom satisfied the soul of listener. One such person is Dr. Simon Tatti, who is with us, Professor, Department of Commerce, University of Kerala. Sir is also a dean in a faculty of commerce in University of Kerala and director of IQSC in University of Kerala. Under Sir guidance, 29 PhD are produced and over 50 MPhils are completed under Sir's guidance. Sir is also acting as a project coordinator for 2 major research projects of the Department of Commerce and was the coordinator for the SAP UGC project. He was also coordinator for the innovative project of the department and has executed a major consultancy work for the Federal Bank on behalf of the university. He has also acted as a departmental coordinator on their extension programs as well as linkage programs with specialized institutions like IITM. He was the coordinator for 3 international seminars and several national seminars and workshops, besides acting as the organizing secretary for all the India accounting conferences. Currently, he is chief editor on the Journal of Indian Journal of Accounting, the former Journal of Indian Accounting Association, which has 53 branches across the country and is the director of the IQSC of University of Kerala. On behalf of Department of Commerce, Chitla College, I heartily welcome you, sir. I request our conference convener, Vice Principal Dr. Bhagat, to welcome sir. The token of love. The technical session will start with Sir's address.
Thank you, Madam, and good afternoon, one and all. I thank Chetana College for having given me this opportunity to address you on such a vital issue of digital technology, its disruptiveness, opportunities and challenges for the Indian economy. Now, we have already listened to the keynote address and the inaugural address, which might have given you wonderful insights onto what actually is in stock for us in the years to come. Now, both the speakers, as I understand, were primarily technocrats, and they have wonderfully illustrated the wider spectrum of what actually is happening in terms of technology. And now in this session, I would like to take you through in an academician's perspective, more focused in the discipline of commerce, and look at what exactly is happening in terms of disruptiveness and what is in stock for us in the future. Now, I'll start with my own experiences because the keynote speaker was talking about the need for a person to change at least 6 times in his scale. I finished my education around 35 years back and started my career as a teacher in commerce. At those days, it was called lecturer. Now it is being reframed as assistant professor. And for the last 14 years, working as a professor. Now, when I finished my college days and started teaching accounting, started teaching finance. Down the line, we were introduced to the concept of computerized accounting with that. I'm talking about late 80s. When that came in, I understood that I know nothing of it because I was not exposed to computerized accounting. We were looking into the conventional accounting. And there were a lot of teachers who were opposing this in terms of introducing it into the curriculum and bringing it into the classroom because we were not competent enough to, engage in a fruitful discourse as far as computerized accounting is concerned. But at that point of time, I understood that we cannot stop change from happening. We cannot stop technology from coming in. And I was almost 8 years into my teaching. I went for a postgraduate diploma in computerized accounting. So this is the first change that happened. Again, subsequently, as all of you would know, we all have learned capital market operations. We have been teaching capital market operations. And the capital market operations that we used to teach and learn came to be different when we reached 1993-95. That means we went into dematerialization and we started talking about IPO. The concept of dematerialization, book building, was entirely new to me. Not just to me, to all those who were teaching financial services and capital market at that point of time. Because we were more exposed to what is called the outcry mode, which all of you know. The capital market was predominantly driven by outcry mode of trading, where you had a trading time and where you have a trading hall. Earlier, the keynote speaker was talking about all offices becoming disrupted. So that it was very interesting, in fact, at that point of time. We used to have a trading time about 90 minutes. And inside the trading hall, all the brokers were given admission and they used to have an outcry of what they are intending to sell. For instance, somebody wants to sell Reliance Petroleum for say 200 rupees. I enter the hall and I cry loudly, Reliance Petroleum, Reliance Petroleum, Reliance Petroleum, 200, 200, 200, and I go around the hall. And if another broker is interested in buying it at that rate, he would come to this broker who is intending to sell, and both of them would go to a counter which is marked R because Reliance stands for R, and the contract note is signed. Then the note is sent to the head office, the register of members is changed, the old member is removed, the new member is added, the certificate of registration holding is sent, and it used to take around 15 minutes. This is how I learned. This is what I saw. And we used to, interestingly, for case studies, we used to take students to this outcry trading hall and show them that this is how the capital market moves. Now, today it is not that interesting to see because it's all online and you only see screens, and the concept of trading hall, the concept of trading time has all gone. So we had to relearn. So this is the second case where I went into looking at book building offer, the concept of IPO, the concept of ASPA, the concept of merchant banking, changing the philosophy, getting integrated into the curriculum, and the teacher looking into a change. The third drastic change was what came with the pandemic. I was never used to online teaching and learning because being in the perhaps the fag end of my career, we were more oriented to face-to-face classroom teaching. And the pandemic came and we were asked to go by the other mode. And the biggest challenge, because I used to be, many of you I think might have also seen that, I used to be a regular faculty for almost all the HRDC centers across the country, including Mumbai University. And they said, okay, so now it is time to have something called NRC, National Resource Center, under UGC. And there came a philosophy called ARPIT, which I think you would be knowing, annual refresher program in teaching. And I was asked to deliver something. So I immediately denied, no, because I'm not used to the concept of recording things on the video, putting my visuals in a video format, and then teaching it across. There were two, even now if you look online, you will find there were two NRCs which were shortlisted for production of videos and delivery of article. One in commerce, I'm talking about commerce, two in commerce. One was Sri Lanka College of Commerce in Delhi, and the other one was University of Kerala. But even though we were shortlisted, I said, let us reject this because I am not that comfortable with this. But then they said, no, you should take it up, so you have reasonably your skills in presentation, listening, and presenting. So why don't you take it up? I got trained into video production, and our first ARPIT program went out in 19. It had more than 5,000 teachers online, which is even now visible. The second batch went in 20 on emerging business models. So what I'm trying to say is the keynote speaker was referring to 6 times, and on at least 3 very strong times have happened in a relatively old person like me. So perhaps 6 to 8 times is where you need to look into. So essentially the concept of disruptiveness and technology, all that we have heard is talking about just one thing, and that is breaking the barriers of time and space. No more we can have transactions or business in the economy or industry, which is time span specific or place specific. Even education, that was what he was referring to. Like if it is banking, you have banking hours, 10 o'clock to 2 o'clock, and then after that, 2 to 5 non-cash transactions. If it is capital market, you have a time for trading and you have a place for trading. If it is shops and commercial establishments, there is an opening time, there is a closing time. If it is educational institution, there is a learning time and a learning space. This is being broken down. For the industry, for the economy, this sets in a host of opportunities with a set of limitations. And how do we explore this and how do we take advantage of this is what is the key element. And this starts into every small dimension that we look into. Let us say accounting, as I was referring to. There is something called disruptiveness index. Disruptiveness index, technology-based disruptive index. And you know, some of the disciplines which stand top in the list come in the domain of commerce and management. When we are transacting it, the top one is accounting. Accounting, if it is looked into the way in which it is now being transacted, it tends to have a very high rate of disruptiveness. Now, what do we mean by this? In accounting, conventionally, when I was studying accounting, or perhaps some of us even now are transacting with accounting, what are we teaching and what are we learning and what are we doing? We are talking about journalizing, we are talking about posting, we are talking about preparation of ledgers, we are talking about the trial balance, and we are talking about profit and loss account and balance sheet. So essentially, the focus is on recording, classification, and preparation, which is highly disruptive. We are talking about technology-based, digital-based. So I'm taking discipline-specific events. What do you mean by that? Today, the industry does not require somebody who knows the rule of debit and credit. There was a reference to artificial intelligence. Artificial intelligence is coming in a big way in accounting also. Now, what is the skill that you have? If you say my students who are passing out with BCom or MCom knows the rules of debit and credit. They know how to journalize. They know how to post. They know how to prepare ledgers. They know how to prepare trial balance, profit and loss account, and balance sheet. The industry will say we don't need a man to do this. We don't need a human element to do this. This is taken care of by technology. Then, do we require anybody in accounting today? We require those who can infer, those who can interpret, those who can judge, those who can analyze. That is a big change or a sea change happening in disruptiveness in accounting. That means interpretational skills, analytical skills, data analytical skills, inferential skills, judgment skills are or should take place of mere computation. But unfortunately, it's not happening at the desired pace. You still ask students to prepare balance sheet, profit and loss account to journalize entries, whereas what is required is interpret the financial statement, judge liquidity, judge profitability, compare solvency, infer the future analytical potential of a business from the balance sheet. This is what is required. We don't require somebody to compute current ratio, asset test ratio, and judge liquidity. The ratios will be computed automatically by technology. We need somebody to have with a skill to infer and judge liquidity. Ratios should be part of the question and not part of the answer. We don't require anybody to compute NPV, net present value, profitability index, IRR. That should all be part of the question. Give them the IRR, give them the NPV, give them the ratios, give them the computed tally profit and loss account. Ask them to judge, infer, analyze, interpret. That is the skill, that is the human skill that is required. Even there, artificial intelligence is coming up. But still, we are on one level back. So this is where we are talking about disruptiveness. What are we trying to actually prepare? Are we equipping them with those skills that will supplement the human effort? Same thing is happening in almost all the disciplines that we talk about. When we relate it to banking, when we talk about merchant banking, when we talk about financial services, even when you talk about portfolio management and security analysis and portfolio management, it is basically the skill shift, the technology shift is into financial modeling. They don't require somebody to tell you that there is something called systematic, there is something called unsystematic risk. It is not that these concepts are unimportant. These concepts are important even today, and the basics of those concepts must go into your deep thinking process. But what has to be done is have the skill to see how these move into models. If you look at the change which has happened in accounting, finance, even in economics, the basic change is the movement into the behavioral part. Financial management has had a very strong shift into behavioral finance, behavioral economics. So psychology, data analytics and mathematics is taking inroads into the conventional learning formats because the basic input is what technology will give you. And that is the skill which is required in future. So in accounting, what is more important? It is integrative accounting. It is certain aspects relating to environmental accounting, climate change financing, so on and so forth. And there lies a lot of potential where we are going to discuss the whole ambit of disruptiveness. And technology is so fast coming into those levels. That is what we need to understand. Another change which is coming up very strong in technology is that all kinds of formats that we had at regional levels will get replaced at a global level. When you talk about accounting standards, GAAP to Indus will move into IFRS. And IFRS is again talking about looking at digitization, digital signature, digital annual statements, digital tally formats which we have. So this is again a sea change where we have to look at how this is. Now, what this is actually talking about, what the previous speaker again said, we need to have a bit of relearning, or rather unlearning and relearning. Today, if you look at the Institute of, I understand that in your own faculty, you have chartered accountants, company secretaries and all. Slowly, we are seeing that those who are learning sciences and mathematics is overtaking this profession beyond those who are in accounting. You see, mathematics graduates are passing faster than your commerce graduates. And the reason is this: we, those who are in the commerce domain, have a preset notion of what we have been learning from our +2 days in terms of rules of debit, rules of credit, and the concept. And our approach is not directly integrated with the revised models of having technology integrated. Whereas a science graduate is approaching it with the digital change which has happened, and then they're coming up. So unless we reorient ourselves, what benefit the economy gets might not come through. I put this across wherever I go in terms of these classes, because at least those teachers who form part of board of studies, who form part of the faculty, can put this for discussion on how relevant this is to address the disruptiveness which is happening in the field of commerce. So we have to rather unlearn and relearn it in the, as I said, that's why I gave 2 or 3 couple of examples of DMAT coming in, and how I had to unlearn the concept of outcry mode and relearn the concept of the dematerialized IPO building process. This is happening in 90s, 95, 94, and that means almost 8 years, 10 years after I finished my masters. So even now, many things that we teach perhaps might not have the same kind of relevance maybe 2 years, 3 years, 4 years from now. It is fast changing. And perhaps that change might take some time in terms of being part of a textbook. But even before that, it will be part of the industry. So industry is looking for those people who who are capable to act like that. Look at IIMs and look at the research topics which are coming up in finance. It is more or less being taken over by those who are into big data analytics, those who are into mathematical modeling, those who are into financial modeling, and it is currently not being done by those who are inherently in the field of finance. So today finance is becoming somebody else's domain. So rather than giving off these domains, we need to take off from where we lost by unlearning and relearning concepts which are so very, very important for the industry. Now this is in terms of academics, where we are looking at the concepts of what is actually happening in terms of disruptiveness. Some of the areas where disruptiveness is very low, I said high first accounting one, is dentistry. Disruptiveness is relatively low because in medicine what is happening is every time something new comes, because a medical practitioner has to see that it is transmitted into the patient. So they learn it, unlearn what was done earlier in terms of diagnostics, in terms of surgery, in terms of medication. They try to update themselves. So it is relatively not that disruptive because it's 100%. Even if you look at what we actually talk about outcome-based education, it first came into medicine where they said, because for them it is not like theoretizing something, but looking at a patient live in terms of what is existing now. So even when we are saying artificial intelligence is taking care of, it has started taking care of health sciences, a very high level of disruptiveness is there in our domain where we need to shift into that skill sets which are so very important for the industry. Now, what is the impact of this? Our theme is opportunities and challenges for the economy and the industry. The basic opportunity that we need to reap out of technological change or digitization of services is what we call real-time benefits. Real-time benefits is actually talking about whatever benefit at one part of the globe a customer can get from whatever industry or manufacturing he or she is, must get integrated into our system. Now, earlier there was a reference to 60s being the year of mainframe, 70 being the year of computers in its next form, then multimedia, 90s internet, 2000 mobiles and all that. But if you look at what happened in 80s and 90s, there was a gap between technology innovation and technology observance. That means when something comes in some part of the world, it takes some years to come to India. And even when it came to India, it takes some years to come to some parts of the country. And there are some parts of the country where it has not even come. Even if we are saying the internet, there are parts of India even now where there is no power, even on net. They don't have power, they don't have drinking water. So there is a digital divide which is still existing there. That means it takes time to get it observed into your system. But this time span, that means when internet came for the first time, how much time it took to come to India? When television came for the first time globally, how much time it took to come to India? And when television came to India, how much time it took for it to come to other states of the country? That time span will get broken very fast. That means anything that happens globally will very fast catch up with the industry in a real time. So transactions need to occur in a real time, anywhere, anytime basis. Because the gaps which exist regionally or on the basis of factors which are perhaps regional might not exist in future. If you look at what is happening in teaching and learning, the same technology disruption is happening there. When we are referring to blended learning, when we are referring to MOOC. Earlier, a student had the option to sit before a teacher in a classroom and learn from that teacher alone. Today, the student is exposed to your NTPL platform, the Swayam platform, all kinds of courses which are available in an electronic form. So the learner can learn real time. A concept which evolved, a theory which evolved, a new model which has come in some part of the world is part of a learning system in a very localized institution or with a very localized place where a student tries to learn. So, as far as the industry is concerned, they look for getting things to happen in a real time basis. There should be no time lag. Go to transfer money, a bank will say RTGS. Real time, cross settle. Real time means if you're transferring money at 12 o'clock now, within seconds it should reach whatever part of the world or country it is. Earlier it was not like that. We had the netting concept. You send some money, you go to the bank, your banker, that banker will send it to the other banker, some charges will be deducted, then it will reach that person's account, your account will be debited, and that person's account will be credited. So technology has made this real time. If I want to buy a product, if I want to get information, if I want to do booking, it has to happen real time. And this is a challenge where we are trying to live it. Technology is making this happen in a very fast format. The second important thing is the access part. What is this access talking about in digital technology? Access earlier was, if you look at, historically, if you look at access, we had the barter system. Goods being exchanged for goods within a village. So I had to find out that product which I have in surplus. That is not just sufficient. I must also find out somebody who needs my product, which is his necessity, and he must also have that which I need. I might be producing A, that person might be producing C. If I don't need C, I cannot exchange. And the exchange happens only in one village. From there, we said, so then what happened? Local customers, local clients, local services, these all came to become more meaningful. Now, when we broad-based our transactions, today there is nothing like that. I can look up somebody in Mumbai says that we are offering this product, this service, and he puts it in a technology-based platform in Kerala or any part of the world, anybody can access. And there is a delivery system, there is a delivery mode through which it is transacted. We are hearing about Flipkart, Amazon, and all. So access is very huge. Now, what has this created? This will make regional models obsolete and national or global models more relevant. That is what is happening in banking. You want to do banking today, you need to invest in RTGS, you need to invest in global servers, you need to invest in all products for transfer of funds and services at a global level. Now, if you do this much of investments, this can get sufficient returns only if you have clients across the globe. You invest in servers across the globe or across the country, and if there are no customers there, you will not get business. That is why we went into mergers and acquisitions. SBI, also that is the concept is now with the emerging fintech. Earlier again there was a reference that no more will have checkbooks, plastic money, debit card, credit card. So if you have something like fintech, perhaps you have only 2 or 3 banks which will exist. They will do the services for everybody. There will not be much of a difference between bank A and bank B. Everybody will be doing the same thing, everybody will be giving the same product. More or less the spread or whatever rates differences are there, that will be very minimal. So perhaps 2 or 3 institutions. And that too, perhaps we might not have banks. Because why should we have banks, insurance, then what? Mutual fund institutions, capital market institutions, underwriters, merchant bankers. What are they doing? They are all rendering financial services. So when they are all rendering financial services, we will have something like a financial supermarket, wealth managers. They will be doing banking, they will be doing insurance, they will be doing underwriting, they will be doing portfolio management services, they will act as a depository participant. So what is again happening? The way we are conventionally oriented, that has to change. How are we teaching and learning finance? We have financial system which consists of financial institutions, instruments. It goes like that, financial market. How is the financial market divided? Money market and capital market. What is the money market? Market for short-term funds. Who are the players? Commercial banks. What is the capital market? Capital market is a market for long-term funds. Who are the players? Stock exchanges. This is what the textbook is telling us. But unfortunately, you look, suppose I say SBI. SBI is a bank. Will you say it is in the money market alone? SBI has got its own insurance segment. It has got its own mutual fund segment. It has got its own depository participant segment. So it is everywhere. It is there in the capital market, it is there in the money market, it is there in insurance, it is there in banking, it is there in DP, it is there in portfolio management. So the distinction or the separation between segments is slowly becoming thinner and thinner. Only for your examination purpose, we can say the financial market here, this side money market, that side capital market, here you have banks, there you have capital market. It is something like which is happening everywhere. And I go only to one institutional format for all my services. And it is all integrated by technology. The one bank account that I have is used for my demat transactions. It can be used for getting portfolio services. It can be used for wealth management. It can be used for insurance services. It will all get integrated. So what is the technology aspect there? Or what is the technology actually bringing out there? It is bringing up integrated financial services. And who is providing that? On a fintech format, you will have financial institutions which will act as financial supermarkets. It cannot just be called a bank, and perhaps it might not have a space. It might not have a space where you're saying that office is this road, this address. It will be operating on a digital format. Same thing will happen with your other production formats also. The production formats will basically focus on reduction in the supply chain. Again, because as I said, I'm talking from an academician's perspective. Reduction in the supply chain means what is that we were talking about earlier? Theory of comparative advantage. Where is a business unit going to be located? If the cost of carrying the raw materials to the factory is higher, locate the factory near the source of the raw material. If the cost of carrying the finished product from the factory to the market is higher, locate it near the market. This is how we teach, this is how students will learn and will write it. Comparative advantage theory is still relevant. I'm not saying the theories are irrelevant. But what is happening today, and then how are we going to talk about setting up of enterprises? Acquire the factors of production, land, labor. Then you acquire land, you buy or create building, and when you want a manufacturing unit to start, and you set up all the facilities in that, buy machinery, then you have your procurement center, you have your warehouses, then you produce, then you do your manufacturing, packing, disbursement, everything is done. That is how it is conceived. Today, technology has reduced the supply chain. Right from procurement of the raw materials to the delivery of the final product, and even after sales services, it will be split into different entities. There will be technology-based aggregators alone. There will be people who are acting as franchisees alone. There will be one set of people who will do the assembling alone. There will be one set of people who will be doing the packing alone. There will be another set of people who are the movers alone. There will be another set of people who do the after-sales services. The banking already is happening now. Who is issuing checkbooks for each bank? It is not that bank. There is a centralized outsourced agency who is preparing checkbooks for all the banks. Who is filling cash in ATMs today? Do you think each bank is having their own entity for filling cash? It is done by a separate entity. You have outsourced that. Documentation is outsourced. Different services are outsourced. So even in the case of airlines and all, who is doing servicing of aircraft? Who is doing the food and beverages support for them? So what I'm trying to say is, right from conceiving the idea of a business, that also could be a third party using technology format. If I want to know, say I have a business idea like this, how can this be nurtured into a capacity building model? There are support agencies for that. Then I'm saying, who will be the people? Somebody might be getting the raw material for me. Somebody might be doing one part of a service for me. Somebody might be doing the manufacturing. Somebody else will be doing the packing. In each, those who have core competence. And how does this core competence arrive? Because those specialized separate entities are doing it for a large number of people. The packers and movers are doing packing and moving for a large number of people. So they have a comparative advantage. The servicing people are doing it for a large number of people. The after sales services is being done by a large number of people. And in that entity, perhaps there could be technology-based support services where even small enterprise, which is just manufacturing a small part in the large set of components which go into a finished product, as a business model. You see the hub and spoke model? We were traveling with our students to Hyderabad to see how micro enterprises, which are run by lady entrepreneurs, there's something called ELI, Andhra Pradesh Lady Entrepreneurs Association. And interestingly, that was the first time that I understood how, in a big way, the textile industry was using outsourced model in the manufacturing industry. Service, as you said earlier, the keynote speaker was saying it has happened in a big way because many things are exchanged online. Even in the manufacturing sector, like when we are talking about Allen Solly, Louis Philippe, all these ready-made garment industry, you know what they are doing? They are having standardized system for procurement. Once they do that, many of the things which go into the shirts, ready-made shirts, have got nothing to do with the company whose name is coming on it as a branded product. They are just assembled. They give it to these large-scale units, the lady entrepreneurs in Andhra Pradesh, tell them how much you can do for us. There are guidelines on stitching. There are guidelines on the buttonholes and machines that you should use for that. Given all these guidelines, if you say that we can, each enterprise will say, we can do for 2,000 shirts, the material will come to you. As per the specification, you have to cut it, you have to stitch it, you have to put the holes, you have to iron. There are specifications for each thing, even ironing, and then pack it and give it. And then it comes as a branded shirt in the market. So this is one model. Several such models, aggregators are there, franchisees are there, agents are there. So it is actually moving into that kind of a format. Now, when the format is of that kind, what is technology enabling over here? Technology is enabling reduction in the supply chain time. If it was one entity which was taking care of gathering the raw material, producing, assembling, doing the packing and distribution and servicing and even after sales service, then it will take a long time for them and the cost in the supply chain line will be higher. So logistics management using technology has brought down the time lag. You look at even in airlines and in publishing, even grievance redressal is not done by them. You have a complaint in your airlines, you post the complaint, it is taken care of by somebody else. That outsourced agency is looking in a specialized way on how to professionally communicate with the outside world and deal with grievances. Because most of the standard grievances have a preset format of answers. Flight is late, what will happen? How much refund will you get? It is a ready answer. So this is already digitally kept ready. It is given to an agency. Why should we have our own men to deal with grievances? Why should we have our own men for after sales services? Cost goes high, supply chain lag goes long, and you are spending more on that. So technology today is looking for business models. It is looking for business models where the supply chain gets reduced, cost advantage comes, and you are never a total entity from scratch to it. That those days are gone. Earlier, our concept of public sector was what? If you look at ONGC, still they have their own company, their own school, their own health center, their own after-sales service. Everything is done by them. So if we are producing our product, starting from scratch, procurement to after-sales, everything is done by us. Today, perhaps we will do only those things at which we are the best, and we'll take advantage, and that is where technology comes in. So there are lots of things where techno sourcing is possible. Finally, one more thing which technology is addressing in terms of disruptiveness is in looking at the digital data, which is, what do you call it, spontaneously getting uploaded. That means how customers or clientele are getting tracked. You just use your smartphone and you just do a search for maybe your most preferred song or your most preferred place of visit. You just do a simple search. After 2 or 3 searches, you will see your preference and interest is already tracked, and they will throw open many things before you which are similar. If I say old Hindi songs, Mohammed Rafi and Mukesh, then you just say one search, rest of it will come. And this is creating a huge set of psychometric data, big data, which is coming into big space. That means we are saying that no more there is going to be rupee and coin, no more there is going to be debit card, credit card, check leaf and all. So what is going to happen? All your payment is going to go through your unified payment kind of apps, which means if I am a person with my salary and my track record like this in my mobile phone, all that I do is available on my mobile track psychometric data. How much income I get, where did I spend my money, what are my food habits, what are my dress habits, what are my feelings like, which are the places I visited, what all things I did in 1 month. This data from millions of people together will help companies in future to decide what will the youth do in future, what will the aged prefer in future, what will be the dress preference in future, what will be the eating habits in future, what will be the economy like in future. That is why the Nobel Prize winning works in economics. They were saying initially economics is all about wants and resources to satisfy wants. Today they are saying that even economics is today by and large psychology. Using the big data. That is why big data analysis is so very important. Anything and everything that you do, there is a big database which is a digital technology-driven format. Use that and create. Already in metros, there is a system where people who alight from the metro train, you will walk across outside, you see big signboards in multi-dimensional things, projecting ads before the people who walk. You look at the ad, this ad is actually tracking the age of the people who are coming out, and accordingly they change the kinds of displays which come on board. That means your face identification, your age space identification, and what is tracked from this is integrated into a model, and we are trying to create what. And perhaps when this goes in a big form, it can also be a case where the industry can decide what you should eat, what you should drink, where you should go, how you should go, because they know what is your income, what is your status. So big data analytics has to get integrated into whatever. That is why when, as again putting it to the academic perspective, when we actually talk about this earlier, when I was doing my research, we heard about two kinds of data: primary data, secondary data. But today now we are saying there is no more primary data and secondary data. There is only real-time data. What is this real-time data? The data which is popped up in this form. Now, suppose we were doing a study here on financial inclusion. There is no need of primary data and secondary data. The entire financial inclusion data on real-time databases is available for the entire country. Why you want to do for Maharashtra or Tamil Nadu? You can get it for the entire country, all districts. Real-time basis, it's available. You look at databases of Promise or Bloomberg, it will give you entire data on income, consumption pattern, food habits, durable consumption, FMCGs and all. So this big data which is available, how effectively and productively we use it in terms of transforming the industry is where opportunities exist. How effectively are we using it? How efficiently and judiciously you are able to take advantage of it. That is important. And that is where we need to reorient and retrain ourselves. So emerging business models do not actually come from the place alone. The place definitely is important, but beyond place, it has got something to do with where the best resources exist. Say, for example, which is the place from which I can source capital at the best form. It not always be localized, as we were doing regionally. I want to set up a unit in Mumbai. Funds can come perhaps from Germany or France. I want to set up a unit in Mumbai. Manpower can come from Japan. My skills can come from some other part. So it has got something to do with how you locate, because I am not carrying out the entire part with my investment. I am not visualizing that I am going to invest in land, in building, in machinery, in transportation, in packing, in delivery. I am going to see which is the best party using technology who can do all these things for me. I will be concentrating only on one part of it. And there I can locate wherever I want. Because many things, you look at any big industry today, that is where the whole system of micro enterprises becomes so relevant. Because they are using the services which are available across. Some part manpower is available cheap, some talent is available somewhere, some say after sales service is available somewhere. Using technology, create a backward and forward integration. That is the whole model of business where technology is actually taking over. So these important factors are very, very relevant. Now, this is the opportunity for the industry. What is the challenge? The challenge is what was earlier referred to, how fast we become obsolete. How quick are we becoming obsolete? What is actually innovation today? Innovation today is actually talking about making what is existing obsolete. So using a phone today, the challenge for those who are doing research in this area is to see that this phone should not be used more than 1 week. So somehow reduce its life. And how can you reduce its life? The only way of reducing its life is to create something better. So yesterday's phone is not today's phone. Today's phone is not tomorrow's phone. So that is where research goes on. If you look at GE, look at IBM, their research is basically on this, how to make this system obsolete. That means your customers, that is the whole concept of the change in hardware and software that we are talking about in technology. Conventionally, industries used to invest heavily in terms of hardware. Look at the Ambassador car, look at the It's very difficult to move them, very heavy in structure, very strong, and it never gets damaged 20 years, 30 years down the line. I still remember my father telling, this is the refrigerator which my grandfather was using. After my grandfather used, my father is using. Now, but in your age, you can never think this will happen. And it's very difficult to shift a refrigerator from one place to another, very heavy structure. But it never had inner software systems which were very strong. Today, what does a refrigerator say? One part will cool it in this way, another part will cool it in another part, it has got that feature, it has got this feature. But as child comes and just hits at the refrigerator will fall. Hardware investment is less, software investment is more. And why it is happening? Why are we investing in hardware? Long life. Why are we giving in software? Software means we know that this refrigerator with this model is Internet of Things. It was referred to earlier. What is this Internet of Things? All your devices are getting connected with sensors where you can operate it using your smartphone. And now in Mumbai, if I want, I can switch off my air conditioner at my home using my mobile phone. I can find out who is in front of my gate sitting here, what is happening in Trivandrum. Because we have lock systems, I'm referring to the lock systems. Lock systems with alarms for homes which are connected with the mobile phone. It is connected with your, only thing is net connectivity must be there. So I can find out who has reached my home, who has opened my door, whether I want to switch off my AC, or whether I want to increase the cooling of my refrigerator. I have kept some items in it. I want it to be cold between 2 o'clock and 3 o'clock. I want it to be slightly heated between 5. I can sit from home and do it. Internet of Things. I can manage the business transaction flow in different times from different parts. So Internet of Things is a big way in which it comes. So this is what is actually technology doing. So it sets in a huge set of opportunity for managing your entire workflow from whatever part of the world you are, supply chain, cutting, getting new things, making things obsolete. So obsolescence is being relevant today. Earlier we are saying obsolescence was a risk and we are trying to avoid it, create something which will be there for 50 years, 100 years, 200 years. Today we are saying don't make it for long years, something new is very fast likely to happen. And that new thing, when a new thing comes, how it is put into application, how it is integrated with human life is actually related with skills. And for that skills, there are certain skills which are generic. That was what was referred to earlier. It means you need to communicate, you need to listen, you need to understand, you need to comprehend. What is this listening, understanding and comprehension? The basic concept which will never change. There is a basic concept. See, there is a basic concept in capital market operation, which will never change. The understanding of that is required, but capital market operations no more in the old form of outcry mode. That will go. Technology will make it obsolete. There is a basic concept in demand supply theory, but many things in demand supply theory is driven by behavioral psychology today. It is led by biases today, which can be captured using technology. That will change. So your fundamental skills is an opportunity where I have that capability to understand what is that basic element which will not change in terms of the basic concept and what are the add-ons which will consistently change. Then if you have a passion to change, you can build that up. But it requires multitasking. It requires timely intervention. It requires timely associations. That's why earlier when I was talking to your own management department, they were saying how important today it is to synergize between institutions. Because we learn more of what are the opportunities for learners to develop in new technology formats in which they are. There's a big opportunity. We were just doing it for our universities. Like we were talking about change management based on the content of undergraduate programs in online mode. Interestingly, there were 2,500 students live who were interacting on it. This would never have been possible in a physical mode. And they were all looking at what are the ways through which opportunities can spring up. Numerous ideas came out, even with commerce graduates. like looking at the small elements in supply chain for different industries, textiles, drugs, pharmaceuticals, cement, sugar. In these industries, what are the spaces which are left open for interventions to happen in different form? You might be just acting as a person who supplies a small part or who does a delivery or who does a small thing of it. If your idea is very strong, that is something very interesting. If your idea to be part of the supply chain is very strong, in terms of the technology interface which it gives, then remember there will be many entities to finance this particular idea. That is the whole idea of, you just might have read from the newspapers about a startup which is coming in terms of genetically modified food products. In fact, it is an idea from an Indian who is a Tamilian lady who works from Singapore. She is saying there is no need of having food based on your chicken, mutton, and things like that by killing animals. It can be genetically created, even milk. So without slaughter of animals, without bloodshed, more purified, exact form, genetically driven thing will be available to the market. Now the technology is not that developed. Research is still going on that. Currently, it is something like 1 kilogram of mutton will cost some, maybe in terms of dollars, it will be 5,000 rupees. When dollar is converted into rupees. But what she says, when this idea goes into deep thinking and larger invested kind of research based on technology that is coming in, this will become something which is going to be a reality in the future. So there are lots of things like that where we have to think out of the box, find certain things which we were till then doing to be meaningfully integrated with a new process, with a new idea. So we need to have a lot of people to come up with those ideas. A lot of people to understand what is the drive that is existing, what is the huge data that is existing. Much of it we need not collect, it's already there. It is there in some form for somebody, but how you actually use it is different. It's like the difference between data, information, and knowledge. Technology is actually moving us into a knowledge scenario, not just information. Information is, data is raw facts and figures. When processed, it becomes information. But this data is collected in tons and tons and tons. If you look at Maharashtra students, I get different kind of data. The courses that they study, the age, the gender, then their spending habits, their parents' income, many data will come. But for what purpose are they going to use? It will be for different purposes, it will be processed accordingly. That is information. Now, what is knowledge? Using this information skillfully in a context to resolve a particular problem, to resolve a particular issue. It can be relating to finance, it can be relating to marketing, it can be relating to HR, how specifically we are using it. There comes the idea of technology with turning out to be an element in that, which was not available earlier. It was not that forthcoming earlier. Today it is on your fingertips. That is the skill which is required. That is the emerging opportunity which exists. Challenge in it, I'm just concluding with the challenges. Basic challenges, the asymmetry which exists in this digital technology. Those nations which have that asymmetry will lag. What is that asymmetry? You have lots of technological support. As I said, suppose an entity wants to have inroads into using a digital format, they want to have inroads into villages in India. Those people who are in villages do not have access to the smartphone or the internet. Obviously, they cannot enter into the data system. So, asymmetry in information. Some information which is available in Mumbai might not be available in a village in Maharashtra. Asymmetry prevails over there. The digital divide prevailing there. The infrastructure. India is still a nation where you travel from one part to another. At one city, you look like you are in the 21st century modern age, industry 4.0. Then you go to another village, it will look like you are in the old stone age. Even now, I'm talking about even now. That means there are villages in which there is no tar road, there is no power, there is no drinking water, healthy living conditions are not there, only thatched huts are there. So now it looks like you are in an old stone age, in a forest. So digital divide is a key factor. Another major challenge is your literacy, health and employment, poverty, all the social parameters. That means there is something which we call in economics or something which we call in using embedded technology, which we term as enabling conditions. What are the enabling conditions? All technology and development will come. But if the enabling conditions are not there, it will not be observed. What is an enabling condition? Literacy, housing, access to clean drinking water, public health. If people are struck with poverty, illiteracy, ill health, then getting these things integrated into the system is difficult. That is the difference between we have as a developing country vis-a-vis that of a developed country. When these conditions are good, it is very difficult, it is very easy to integrate and find inroads. When these conditions are lacking, it is very difficult. Earlier we were talking about financial supermarket, dematerialized conditions, depository and DPs acting as financial supermarkets. But these financial supermarkets will not have access to villages without power. It will not have access to people who are illiterate. So having a fair rate is now taking it, because when we are talking about Atmanirbhar Bharat, when we are talking about digital India, we are trying to see that the pace with which this integration takes place is strong. So that being the situation, we are bound to grow at that accelerated levels. But the learning process, our skilling process, our understanding process must be of that nature. And definitely there must not be a gap between academics and practices, or academics and application. That is the point from which I started. I'm ending on that. Like academics is still saying, journalize your entries, prepare profit and loss account. Whereas industry is saying, you judge how this firm and that firm is doing from the profit and loss account that I'm doing. I don't want you to prepare profit and loss account. I don't want to prepare compute IRR. These are the 5 IRRs of 5 firms. Tell us which firm is doing better under conditions of recession, under conditions of monopoly. We want that kind of sense. So academics must become more closer to the technology disruptiveness which is happening. That will support industry. That will support industry. There will be greater interface and greater integration. Otherwise, obsolescence will very fast decay the products that we create. That means we are creating people who are collecting primary data when real-time data is available. We are creating people who are looking at business models where supply chain is long, where technology is enabling short-term supply chain. That skill sets where we understand, where we reframe our thoughts to the demanding circumstances is what actually is the success. And the whole issue is how you manage change. The technology disrupted, biggest opportunities in managing change successfully. The biggest challenge is in creating social systems which are so conducive for growth. So with this I conclude. Thank you so much for this opportunity. If anybody wants to, it need not essentially be a doubt, it can even be a suggestion or an addition. Maybe 1 or 2 minutes you can spend on that. Otherwise, we call it a day. Hopefully, because when we have these seminars of this kind, one thing which must be an eye-opener to us is, what are we continuing with? Are we still continuing with, we discuss these things in big seminars, how to deal with disruptiveness. And then we ourselves are making at times our processes disruptive. So we should see that that does not happen. At least in the small way, we have to see how they get integrated into that. It can happen only through wider exposure, greater understanding of fundamentals which are there in practice. So even if it is a threat to our basic academics, we should be willing to change, to create that enabling conditions which are necessary for our growth. So I wish you all the very best in your pursuits. Thank you so much for this opportunity, and hopefully we'll carry forward this academic interface of learning with the emerging technology. So thank you.
Session is open for question and answer. Any doubt?
So we would want to add or criticize or suggest or supplement whatever. Yeah.
Yes, yes.
So, speech you said that plus application is important, right?
Yeah.
But in current situation, what is the solution for that?
Okay.
If I have a college from 9 to 1, then what is possible? Because internship is also for 2 months or 1 month's internship. So you can't learn that much in that way.
One of the options is it's not just internship. I don't know whether you have looked at UGC has already brought in a list of what is called industry embedded skill-based courses. They are asking for that it is a long list. Each discipline, say for example, look for some of these add-on courses which are just 2 credits in a week. That means 2 hours in a week. It can be online or it can be 4 to 6 or something like that. Where they are saying you have to get exposed in one area is demanding a change in academics. Like that, many universities, for example, University of Kerala has prepared an algorithm where certain identified theories in accounting, finance has been listed in block 1, the skill required in block 2, and the small 2 credit course which will add address this. So it might not be possible in all courses, but we have done it in accounting, we have done it in capital market operations. So skill embedded small 2-hour course. 2 hours is just in 1 week. So this is one method. Internship, as you rightly said, it is industry is asking for, there are industries which are asking for 2-month, 3-month internship for hands-on experience to understand how technology is getting integrated. There are internships on IFRS by the Institute of Chartered Accountants of India on how to see accounting is getting integrated in firms. 3 months is difficult because in many institutions it's difficult to get 3 months time. What we have done is we have created a blended mode where we are saying 2 to 3 weeks with firms, the candidates can work, and the rest of it is add-ons which they can do online. And in addition to this, even in your capital market financial services, a large number of firms are supporting students with online internships. They can do it online throughout. So one of these options, we have to see one of these options. The idea is let us have some kind of an association and understand some realities which are happening. And this is so internship and skill-based embedded work. Another strong area where you can get it done is in the assignments which students are given, in the seminars which they are given. Don't ask them to reproduce something and bring it as an assignment. Rather, ask them to have a live case of something which is happening in an industry. Prepare a gist of it and submit it as an assignment. So what I'm trying to say is this linkage need not just be in internship alone. It can happen in internship, full mode or blended mode. It can happen in industry embedded courses. It can happen in your assignments. It can happen in students taking up case studies for their examination. Case studies are not artificial cases. They are real life cases which has happened in the industry. There are case writers today who are writing real life cases which happens in different companies and which can link with HR, marketing, and so on. So these are some of the methodologies where perhaps you will understand what is happening and how far certain things are becoming disruptive through technology, and the same can get integrated into academics.
Well, might be scattered thoughts, but when you discuss technology as a subject, these are things that which we need to consider very seriously. Who created technology? We people. For what purpose we have created? Because we are very comfortable with the technology and certain objectives are completed. Last 2 sessions we have seen that the earlier speaker have also said that the last 10 to 15 years, the kind of technology we have created for ourselves is historic. And in future, the rate of creation of a new technology will be more faster than earlier. Now I was imagining that there will be a point where we all will sit together after 100 years and discuss that how to stop the technology. Because we are losing the essence of the humanity. If suppose that I am an elephant and you know that how I am walking, and if you ask me to run, that is not my natural pace. मेरा आराम से चलता हूँ मैं, मुझे इसलिए बनाया गया है, मैंने बहुत लंबी रेस का ये नहीं हूँ मैं. So similarly, we have our own pace. और टेक्नोलॉजी पेस को बढ़ा रहा है और हम लोग दिस इज नॉट अ नेचुरल पेस. हो सकता है भागते भागते एक दिन में गिर जाएगा, क्योंकि ये मेरा बॉडी का स्ट्रक्चर उसके हिसाब से नहीं बना है. Right? We are adopting this technology, and you know, for example, biotechnology. अभी तो ऐसा हो रहा है कि एवरीथिंग तुम्हारा बॉडी का सब कुछ तुम जैसे मोटर मैकेनिक रिप्लेस करते हैं ना, आगे का चक्कर पीछे का चक्कर या तुम्हारा लंग्स ही हो, एवरीथिंग विल बी यू नो, वो जेनेटिक इंजीनियरिंग और बायोटेक्नोलॉजी पूरा फेस बदल के रख देगा, पूरा फेस बदल के रख देगा. मतलब जो होमो सेपियंस जैसे दिखते थे, राइट, फिर वहां से हमारा यहाँ तक जर्नी आ गया. राइट, हम लोग कच्चा मांस खाते थे तो हमारे दांत भी बहुत बड़े बड़े थे, वो जरूरत थी. जैसे इन्वेंशन ऑफ फायर आ गया, इन्वेंशन ऑफ फायर, द साइज ऑफ द टिप इज रिड्यूस्ड और हमारे अच्छे अच्छे दांत और अच्छे अच्छे चेहरे दिखने लगे. और 50-100 साल के बाद में I believe that we all will sit together and discuss that somewhere down the line we have to stop the technology, right? And you know, इसमें कौन सा इजादा करने वाला है? तो genetic engineering and biotechnology, because your own existing जो तुम्हारा अस्तित्व है उसी के ऊपर सवाल खड़ा है. क्लोनिंग टेक्नोलॉजी, कि मेरे जैसा क्लोन, राइट, मेरे यहाँ पे when I am standing here, my parents are responsible for my existence, but this technology says that if you remove some, you know, यहाँ से अगर मेरा कुछ बॉडी का सेल्स निकाल के वहाँ पे एक डुप्लीकेट आदमी बनाया जा सकता है जो एग्जैक्टली मेरे जैसा दिखता है, बट मेरा यहाँ पे खड़ा रहना, कि मेरी 48 इयर्स का मेरा जर्नी है जिसमें मेरे टीचर से लेके सब लोगों ने मेरे ऊपर संस्कार किए, और ये आपने लेबोरेटरी में से भी मेरे जैसा बंदा बनाया है. उसको क्या मालूम है मेरी माँ क्या है, मेरा टीचर क्या है, वो उसके साथ कैसे बिहेव करेंगे. जैसे मैं मेरी माँ को देखते हुए भागते हुए दौड़ता, वैसा फीलिंग उसमें से कैसे आएगा. So that's why I feel that technology up to certain extent is necessary, right? But a time will definitely come that we all will sit and say that yeah, we have to make the restrictions. यहाँ पे technology नहीं चाहिए, यहाँ पे इंसान इंसान की तरह रहेंगे. So that is what the point I wanted to make.
I just add on to what you said. There is a research on this, in fact, a paper on at what point technology can impact. But I don't know whether you can stop technology. But there will be a time definitely when this paper that I was referring to, it talks about the abuse of technology or the misuse of technology. That is where you are writing about cloning and all that, which is a very dangerous proposition, because suppose I and Mr. Prashant are sitting side by side. If he has a small pin in his hand, and when I am listening, he just says, "Sir, let us stop." That pin gives a cell to him. He'll take it to the lab. He'll create another replica of me, and then without my knowing, another silencer will be in this college. So this can happen now. So this is such replica issues are there in genetic and all. So there is a work which says not that you can stop technology, but people will get fed up with technology, and they might say, okay, no more smartphone, no more laptop. I'm not going to use laptop. I'm not going to use smartphone. I'll not even be in the city. I'll go to some jungle and I will live along with the animals in the forest in the old Stone Age. But whether that will be a reality or not, I do not know. But that is also the other side of it. Now, as was rightly said over here, there have been lots of social research, like in Japan. Recently, they are talking about when people are started becoming so much integrated with technology. We are only looking at the output, but along with the output, we also have to look at the social, cultural, spiritual remake of that. And on that, definitely that has to be there. Along with that, if there is not there, there will be some what do you call negative impacts. But then at the same time, we should not be led back also. So there must be a balance between these two things. Now, what is said in that research is there is a concept called far becoming near and the near becoming far. This is talking about social media and the use of technology for that. So what happens on the social media is that suppose I'm traveling by a flight or traveling by train or traveling by a bus. I keep chatting with somebody who is in USA. My friend is in USA and I'm chatting with him. What did he have for breakfast? So he will be talking about the pizza there. And when we are discussing this, suddenly the person sitting next to me is asking, what was for breakfast that your mother ate, which I might not know. I don't know what is happening at home, but I know what is happening in USA. I don't know what is happening in my own institution, but I know what is happening in another institution. Now, let me give you one live example of what we actually encountered in the University of Kerala. One of our, Keralites are seen almost everywhere in all states. So one of our colleagues who was working with IIM in Lucknow, we got a phone call. Our senior professor, who is not there in service now, this happened in 2003-04. He got a phone call that this man expired in Lucknow. He's a Keralite. So we were trying to see how we can confirm this, because we have to know whether it is a right or a false message. So what happened was, he decided to call one of the colleagues of this person who is in Lucknow. They are staying in the same flat. So he rang this person up and said, we got a news like this. Is it true or right? So that man in Lucknow, who is in the same flat, he's saying, his reply is like this, I will also have to find out. That means even being within the flat, you're not sure whether somebody who's your, that's why we're saying the near becomes far and the far becomes near. So this concept is another side of technology. So that's an entire different issue, which must be debated in a different forum on how social consequences might come, like stress, like your target-driven aspects and all. But otherwise, technology will definitely take its lead. And without going at pace with that, we will be somewhere led out. So we have to see how our services get linked in it with a wise, judicious use. If it is not wise, there will be unjudicious use. We used to talk about in research how technology is backfiring. I don't know whether you know that. In research, all kinds of modern software has started backfiring because research scholars are now come up with a belief that you must use all these modern softwares in that analysis. And even if it is not giving any result, you just won't give it. The software decides whether you want to do ANOVA or multi-dimensional correlation. And the software gives something and you just give it output. So technology should not be allowed to backfire. It must be judiciously, wisely used in order to get the best out of the individual, the best possible circumstances.
Thank you, sir. Actually, we are not satisfied, sir, as we have lots of thoughts to our brains. Now we are starting thinking from another angle of technology. So, sir, that is the achievement of this session. This is the second time we are having association with sir, and this time also.
If you are reasonably confused, then the session is successful. It's not very clear. That means that you need to think further.
So again, sir's inputs are taken this session and this conference, entire conference to another height this time also. At the outset, I thank our guest speaker, Dr. Simon Tatti, Professor, Department of Commerce, University of Kerala, for imparting his wisdom on today's theme, digital distortion and its challenges and opportunities in global economy to our students and research scholars. Sir has touched upon various topics such as digitalization in academics, in capital markets, in finance, and lot more topics. But at the same time, Sir has also talked about skills required to adopt in the era of digitalization. I thank Sir. Sir has accepted our invitation, and even though it was a long journey, Sir is there with us since yesterday. I must especially thank our Vice Principal, CACA Sandeep Samant Sir, IQAC Coordinator, Professor Rahul Sir, for their hospitality. Special thanks to again convener of conference, Dr. Prashant Bhagat. Because of his words only, Sir is there with us. Again, I'm thankful to Principal Dr. M.P. Joshi Sir for his guidance. Thanks to entire organizing committee of this conference. Thank you to Vice Principal Nikum Sir for your support. Again, I thank one and all for your presence and your support for the event. One more announcement for the participants that they have to fill up the attendance sheet. And after the lunch break at 1:30 p.m., don't forget to come back here in 105. Again, we will join here for next session. Thank you.
See, feedback forms are given participant 1 minute. Feedback forms are in the kit. So all are requested to timely fill up your feedback form. And tomorrow, and those participants suppose by any reason, suppose they cannot come tomorrow. So they are advised to submit by today. This is one more, and one more. Our lunch time is 2 to 2:30.
Welcome to everyone. After having a lunch, we are having a post-lunch session, and in the post-lunch session, we are having a presentations over here in the next track. So we are having our theme regarding emerging digitalization trends, opportunities, and impact on Indian economy. So with respect to digitalization, what is digitalization? That we saw in the morning lectures. Digitalization basically, that means we have to digitize our all business learning process, and we have to go to a particular level where we are going to digitize our economy as well. So how we are going to have the impact on our Indian economy, that we're going to see different presentation that we are that they are going to present by our different participants in our coming session. Digitalization is the use of digital technology to change our business models and provide new revenue and value producing opportunities. So different types of opportunities are created with the help of digitalization, because just few days ago we had gone through the COVID position, and in that COVID situation we had lots of difficulties, but because of just digitalization we could recover from that particular situation, and now we are in the better position than earlier. So this digitalization is going to utilize by with the help of different technologies, and those technologies are useful for our day-to-day progress. With the help of that, we can do many things, and we can make a progress in our own life as well as our students' life also. Now I request Chamani Sontake Madam, our HOD of the Commerce Department, to give a floral bouquet to the Madam, resource persons for the today's program. Madam Dr. Archana Prabhu Desai, Madam. I'll just give a brief introduction about today's resource person. Madam is Assistant Professor at Joshi Gadekar College, Department of Commerce. Madam is UGC and NSPF BO HOD in Sales and Marketing Management, and she's a nodal officer also. Madam is a PhD guide in Mumbai University. Madam is Mumbai University Youth Festival Cultural Coordinator for Entrance Thane Zone. Entire Thane Zone. Received Best Research Award at National and International Conference. Madam have more than 25 research papers published in national and international journals. Madam also authored many books in company secretarial practice, entrepreneurship, managerial, business ethics, corporate governance, etc. And Madam has completed minor research project in the university also. So this is a brief introduction about the Madam's work in academic field. And now I proceed. I request Madam to proceed with our presentation. So one by one, I will request participants to come and present their presentation.
What's funny?
Welcome everybody, my name is Sabina Shrakshe, and my research topic for today is digitalization of healthcare in India, initiative, challenges and its impact on consumers. Now before I start the presentation, I have to ask you a few questions. Now you can say 4 years back then, when we all need to have a blood test, how you all were used to do it? Mostly we used to get a blood test done. Now, ma'am, I ask you post-COVID, how you all go to do a blood test and how you all go about it? Just move the appointment on the app. Exactly. This is what minor you can say a step in digitalization. Now, with just a click, we have home service who collect our blood and get our report done. And with the report we get, that is online. Now, this is a minor impact of digitalization. Now, talking about digitalization, we can also, you know that nowadays, see, we have seen organic farming. Have you heard of hydroponic farming? Hydroponic farming. digitalization is important in today's world. Now, talking about the paradigm of digital health, now here I have to name a few. I have got three illustrations. That is Buddy, telemedicine, public-private partnership, and teleconsultation. Now, these are the few recent apps who have worked greatly towards digitalization in healthcare. I mean, they are available 24/7. With just a call, you can have an ambulance at home, or even you can have all kind of ECG also available at home. So this is a good step in talking about digitalization of healthcare. Also, a main important thing is that in Transformer Summit, which is held on 7th April 22, we have seen a great impact of digitalization of healthcare. In the summit, it is clearly stated that 80%, there is a jump of 80% of digitalization in healthcare post-COVID. So now basically we are running towards digitalization when it comes to healthcare. Even the main important aspect in the budget 2022 and 23, government has given a silver line to digitalization of healthcare products. Next. Now, coming on the main objective of my research, first is to understand the importance of digitalization in healthcare among people who use healthcare services. Second, to understand the impact of digitalization of healthcare among people who use healthcare services, and whether the healthcare services of the field is it useful for people or no. Lastly, to understand the challenges faced by people who use digitalization of healthcare services. Now, we ask question to ourselves, why there is a need for this study? So as by now we understand, especially after COVID-19, that digitalization of health is very important. Because money, clothing, and even health is very important. Now the main aspect over here is we know that we have digitalization of healthcare services. But the main question we need to ask ourselves is that are we able to access those? Are we able to afford those? Are we able to get easily through apps and everything? This is the main question of the study which I have asked my respondent to one question. My purpose of the study is again to understand the need, to understand the usefulness, and to understand the impact of digitalization. Basically, there are two hypotheses which I have framed. Firstly is that there is no importance of digitalization of healthcare services, and firstly, there is an importance of digitalization of healthcare services among the people who use digital healthcare services. Second is there is no impact of digitalization of healthcare services among people who use healthcare services. And third is it useful for the people who are using the services, or it is not at all useful to who's using the services? My hypotheses are clearly related to my objective. Next slide, please. Okay, the recent methodology I have over here is primary data and secondary data as well. And as a resource person has said, now there is a real-time data. So during my next presentation, I will definitely use that also. Now I have through a Google questionnaire, I have collected data of 241 respondents. That is primary data. And the questionnaire included introductory preferences, opinions of people, and the research hypothesis were created. Quantitative data, it can be, it is a quantitative and a qualitative approach. Both quantitative, it is because I have collected the data in a numerical form and analyzed, and qualitative because I have asked open-ended questions. Respondent profile, there was gender, male and female both have responded, and age group, mostly the maximum respondent were from the age group between 32 and 45. Next. To just specify one question which has impacted the researchers, in what way physician communities online are impacting clinical decision. So mostly 73% of respondents were positive about the change. And omnibus test, the significance level over here is 0.002, and so that's why we rejected our hypothesis. Coming on to the finding and interpretation, now through this research, what I have observed is that we are going solely at CDD, we are going towards digitalization. Now even our moms have started using the apps to test and everything, and we are getting more educated, especially after COVID phase. The main important factor going digitalization. Now, in my research, there are 10% of people who are still not using digital healthcare services. That means for any XYZ reason, they are going to the lab or they are going to the hospital directly, even when the work can be done online. So the social implication of here is to make sure that educate the person and to make sure that those 10% are also converted. So we have 10% of people who use digitalization of health. I would just like to conclude that we as a developing nation should definitely opt for digitalization of not only healthcare but in agriculture and other sectors also. And especially after COVID-19, I have seen that even the government is taking a lot of initiative for digitalization. So we all should look forward positively. That's it. Good afternoon, all and all. This is the topic of my research paper is digitalization and consumer perception and level of satisfaction in Mumbai. Throughout the history, we have seen that as technology advances in society, there are always some or other way of businesses are shaped. When this businesses are shaped, it is come from the very industrial revolution, creation of automation. We have always seen that there is a problem or challenge for business to get adapted to these all changes. With the digital revolution, we have seen that businesses are reshaping not in the way of manufacturing or processing, but also in the way of goods and services they provide to society. If we see percent of information that is available is all digitalized in whole of the world. Plus, when we yeah. So when we say about digitalization, we not only market online, but the level of satisfaction is very important to know whether the customer is repurchasing your product again and again to find that there is a loyalty. The purpose of the need of the society study is that most of the studies are done in banking sector or other sectors, but studies are done on relating to consumer satisfaction. And into the review of literature, Taisa and Mohammed, yeah, they found that consumer satisfaction relating to internet or online is more related to the variables, and if the customer is satisfied, he again and again he tries to purchase the same product, which says that his satisfaction level is much more. The objectives and hypothesis are very correlated because the first objective says that to study the impact of demographic factors on the online shopping behavior of customers. That correlates to the hypothesis that there is no significant impact on the consumer's age, gender, or marital status, whether they have been analyzed. Second is to assess the attitude of consumers towards online shopping. There is no significant factors online shopping through the retail website. To explore the factors influencing the customer's preferences towards online, there is no significant factors affecting consumer satisfaction, and also to assess the level of satisfaction of consumers. Next, madam, just come this here. The next is about the research methodology. Primary data is basically collected. Also, the secondary data has helped for
for making this research paper. Also, the secondary data is useful and has helped me to make this research paper. Next. The tools that we use in this research paper is EM, that is XML or the curve analysis was used. Both the tools were used to find out the analysis of this research paper. Next. That shows that the reach is very high and the frequency is also very low. At the same time, it says that most of the people who are easy, whose time is divided, they mostly prefer online shopping. And this shows that the level of satisfaction is also equally high in online shopping. The study has investigated the customers' perception, preferences, and satisfaction of digital marketing. At the same time, it has shown that though the consumers are very busy in their own world, but they prefer online marketing because they are aware of their marketing tools, and at the same time, they try to prefer more and more online shopping. The risk factor over here is that there are many websites which are equally seen as a real website, so we have to recognize which website is fake and which website is real, because most of the time when we also Google, we mostly go into the fake website. At the same time, the next risk involved over here is about the security. Most of the time, financial security is not there, and we mostly fall into prey of the hackers.
Good afternoon, respected ma'ams and one and all present over here. So today I am going to talk about the importance of digital green marketing and its impact on the consumers. Okay. So firstly, starting with the introduction, we should know what is green marketing. So green marketing is basically producing the goods or providing the services in the market which are very much eco-friendly and create the go green awareness throughout the consumer. And also the green marketing also known as the sustainable market right now, because in past 2 years of pandemic, we have seen that every services, every product which we use or which we order is being digitalized, is through the online apps, and we like to use that only. And okay, so the new concept for emerging in the market with their products and the services, the eco-friendly products, is to sustain in the market. So for the sustainability, it is very much preferable to go green with your products. That means without harming the environment, we have to produce the goods and services in the market. Next, now the green concept was emerged in the late 1980s and the start of 1990s. In India, it got a boost in 1991 when the green mark was introduced in the India. So from that, from past 2 years or maybe when the digitalization was existed in the India, it has taken the world to stop. Now everyone prefer to be digitalization rather than going physically and buying the product, and that too also eco-friendly. For example, let's take an example of Mama. Everyone has heard about the product, right? उनका जो main motive है is to produce the eco-friendly product. I would like to introduce you to the story of the founder of Mama. The founder of Mama is Ghazal Alam. You must have seen her in the Shark Tank India. Okay, so her story was that when she had her first child was prone to a very sensitive skin issue. So whatever the product she was taking from India and it was being used on her child was getting very much harmful on the child's skin. So what she has to do, she has to import all her products, the skin sensitive product from outside, which increased her importing cost. So for that, from that the idea arise, she started a conversation with her husband that why don't we start our eco-friendly product for the children as well as the grown-ups individuals, so that we don't have to import from other countries, we can develop our country too. So that was the story, and from there the Mamaearth took a storm. So basically, so green marketing is having green products, eco-friendly product which does not harm the environment and the individual as well. Next. Now, after we know about the green marketing, why going green for digital marketing matters? As we know, everything is being digitalized, everything we get is online, and we prefer online than going to physical from last 2 years and even now, because we don't have that much time to invest in the shopping or selecting the products. We just have to scroll online, digitalize, and we get all the information, ingredients, whatever the product is being made from scratch to a final product. We get all the information online, so we prefer to go digitalize. Now, the question arises: do eco-friendly products sustain in the market? So, sustaining in the market, surviving in the market is very much important with your eco-friendly product. आपका जो प्रोडक्ट है वो सिर्फ इको फ्रेंडली नहीं, वो यूज में भी आना चाहिए. तो उसके लिए what we do is we have the example like Nike, Microsoft, Toyota. Now these are the companies which has done which has produced the eco-friendly products and provided the eco-friendly services and are still surviving in the market. So they are the great example. If you are considering going green, now all the consumers, if you ask about the chemical product and the eco-friendly product which does not harm your body or environment, what you are going to choose? Eco-friendly, right? So because of that, the consumers are totally diverting towards the eco-friendly products. So everyone has started to think about the environment and create a positive impact of environment. And when we talk about green digital marketing, so digitalization means basically connecting with your clients and the consumers through online, whatever apps, website, whatever they are, the company is going following the marketing process. Next. Is green digital marketing really necessary? ग्रीन डिजिटल मार्केटिंग नेसेसरी है या नहीं आज के लाइफ में? रिसर्च एरिया नेक्स्ट स्लाइड. People understood why it is important. You can go ahead. I want to see the research part. Okay. Ma'am, basically I have collected this data from, this is secondary data, because right now I am as an aspiring student of research scholar. Thank you. Now, it is not only necessary to go green and just to reduce your product and services. Now, the consumers to whom we are going to sell our products, with which we are going to survive in the market, should also adapt your products or services. So, for that, we have to keep the preference, the likes, dislikes, whatever the consumer need right now to help or to contribute in the environment eco-friendly product. So 66% of consumers are willing to pay more for the products from socially responsible companies, which means when when we market eco-friendly products, the prices are equally high to the chemical products. So even the people are contributing to the environment with the marketing process of eco-friendly product. Going green with the customer in mind, that means the state which you have to put your customers first, their lifestyle, their likes, dislikes, their don'ts, where they do shopping, the preference, what they feel, and if the consumers' like and dislike has been contributed, the customer also feels delighted and steps forward and becomes a loyal customer to your company. Next. A warm welcome can make a difference. Basically, this is a need of engagement campaign. That means when you introduce your product, eco-friendly product in the market, you have to engage your customers. For example, the Dove has followed the hashtag show us campaign. You must remember when Dove had started the eco-friendly soap, so they have given the live test to the consumers, by which the consumers were very much impressed and they took a step towards the Dove. You can see the Dove company is also very sustainable in the market. Now, if you make a customer hero, there is automatically increase in the sales. When we are given the preference, we automatically feel delighted and we move towards the product. Next. That's right. Conclusion. So this moment, it is all about the environment, what we take from the environment and what in return we give to the environment is most important. So firstly, we have to promote green and go green with all our products and services, and we should also support all the businesses, all the companies with the eco-friendly products and services. Lastly, we should also produce the eco-friendly product which are energy proficient. That means energy efficient. You must have seen that when we take any electronic items, there are stars available. When there are no stars, we prefer that this product because it saves more and more energy than the lower stars, right? And they are highly costly also. And I would like to conclude with the slogan, go green to breathe clean. Thank you.
So this is the last. Yes.
So introducing myself, I'm Abhishek Madhan and this is a part of Nishan Building. So we are here to present a presentation of the topic impact of social media marketing, increasing stock market investment. So basically, we all know, like we are aware about the terms social media and stock market investment. So due to social media is a very useful tool for marketing. It is like nowadays we can see social media in each and every field, like in every type of marketing for each product. Social media is being used. Secondly, social media has been a great influencing factor for people. It is because social media has become a part of life of people. Like people are using social media for in day-to-day life for each and everything. So it has been a huge influencing factor for people. Thirdly, because of the increasing investments, like we can say this era to be a money era. Like people are running behind the money. So we can say that people are like finding out some more different ways to earn money. So in this era, we can find the stock market as the flow of money for people. So because of that, investors are getting attracted towards stock market. But social media has been creating huge impact on investors because of social media, there has been sensational growth in number of investors in a short period of time. So the objectives of our research was to know how people are getting attracted towards stock market investments due to the impact of social media. To know about the extent of influence social media is creating investment habits of investors in stock market. We need to know about social media, like how the social media manipulates and changes the perspective of people who invest in stock market. For research, we shows the primary data and secondary data. So the primary data was collected in form of a questionnaire where 50 questions were 50 respondents responded, and that data was collected. And secondary data was collected from the official sites of so I further end of the presentation.
So we found our in research paper, like most of the youth generation are getting aware about the stock market. So as most amount of respondents are aware about the stock market. So like 68% of the respondents are following the social media related to the investments. So 78% of the respondents are aware by the using social media. So next slide. Suggestion the collected data I will help to analyze the influence and impact of the social media. So all the problems like where the investors stocks and all last the what daily regularly investors can provide the information like daily updates to the social media and verifying and rectification the issues of investor. Collaborating like local media and social media. So it might encourage investors to invest. Next slide. The conclusion are social media are great promoter tools. Social media encourage the investors. Increase the investor to use the social media.
In this session, we had discussion and we had presentation on different topics. Impact of digitalization on different sectors like online marketing, health industry, then print digital marketing, and social media marketing. And now I request Madam to come and give express your opinions and views about the presentations of participants.
Rather than sitting, I will talk and I'll stand and I will talk so that I have a feeling, same feeling which we have in the classroom. Good evening, one and all. First of all, I take an opportunity to thank and appreciate and a great pleasure to be here. At the outset, I congratulate the entire team of this conference, Chitna College, Vice Principal Sir, convener of the conference, Dr. Prashant Bhagat Sir, entire Department of Commerce, research paper presenters, my dear volunteers, because with their support only every college will accept this, and their enthusiasm always motivates us, and that's the spirit. And wonderful conference you people have arranged, and
Both the speakers in the morning session, take home message was superb from them and will definitely help us, we generation, basically the people who are in this particular profession, academics, that was very much needed to us. Not 6 times, but we try to change at least 3 times in the remaining our journey of this in the particular field. Without taking your valuable time, I just give few comments with respect to the papers presented here today. So before commenting or telling you few suggestions, I expect that nobody will take it personally. This is overall for improvement, and every senior teachers, they have presented so many times research papers. Many of us have won the best paper award, UGC minor research, University of Mumbai research. So everywhere two things are always asked, and according to today's research policy, UGC or rather IQAC, they also demand. So on those all guidelines, I just wanted to mention few things. So friends, first of all, there is a difference between research paper which we write and we try to bring it in publication form, abstract and a typical research paper, that is one side. And second thing is the presentation. So in the given time span, whatever activity or research you have done with respect to a particular topic, that you have to present and in an effective way. Okay, so first thing is it must be a research. The thing which I observed over here today, Prashant sir is a senior in this field, vice principal sir also, they will also may have the same opinion. So while selecting any research topic, what always research tells us, general to particular, or rather larger to smaller, macro से micro जाना है. तो अपना जो research topic है उसको ऐसे wider नहीं छोड़ना है, हमें वो थोड़ा restrict करना है. It is called as scope. Okay, so scope of research should be fixed area wise, age wise, and so on. So here some boundaries, framework should be decided, and that was lacking in few of the research papers. Second thing is, my dear friends, whenever we present any paper, especially in such technical session, always the slide should be like it's a PowerPoint presentation. So it should be pointer rather than cluttered slide, because after such a great and excellent mouth-watering lunch, many a times the technical sessions are burdensome, and that's why always it should be a pointer form, so that the font size, which I observed over here, the font size was very small. The last presentation, person like me having specs, it is difficult to read any single word over there. So these are the fields basically. Definitely they have lot of time span with them, and they will improve on that. But font should be readable from the last bench, or though the distance is more, it should be readable. That is the one thing. Rather than cluttered slide, पूरा भर के रखा है पैराग्राफ, इससे अच्छा है कि हमें क्या करना चाहिए, पॉइंट्स से लेना चाहिए. Third thing is, though it's a research paper, we have to follow the research design pattern. That is introduction, research methodology के पहले review of literature जो हम करते हैं, वो भी थोड़ा सा कहीं से नीचे लिखा है. Review of literature, or rather gap, research gap. These two things go hand in hand. So properly it should be why you have selected this topic, that must be highlighted to the research. Though you have done in a paper 10 review or literature review या 5 किया है, तो भी कोई भी 3 सिलेक्ट करो, स्लाइड पे लिखो, और हमेशा क्या कर सकते हैं, जो मैंने बहुत बार किया है, पूरे वो रिव्यू के पैराग्राफ में से जो इम्पोर्टेंट वर्ड है उसको बोल्ड करो. आपको सिर्फ वो वर्ड देख के you can actually discuss about the research paper. Most important thing, never one should look at the slide itself. Okay, there should be a eye contact with the people who are around us, so that whatever you have done in your research, you can make the things available that can be reached to the audience. These are the two small things, and again मैंने जो present paper किया था, लोगों ने उसके बारे में बताऊंगी. So first paper was by Madam Sabina. Nice topic it was. Madam, sit down, don't stand. So nice topic it was. Only the first point which I mentioned, that is PPT, rather than cluttered one, you can improve on that. And same thing, research should be based on a specific study. So rather than digitalization, healthcare in India,
you can restrict it. And कभी भी कैसे होता है हम ना सैंपल पूरे भारतवर्ष से नहीं, दो सर will say I agree real time and all that, but research needs something. So that thing we have to work upon. Otherwise, and one more thing, limitations. Always we shall accept that my research has some limitation. It may be limitation on the basis of age, data collection, time span, area. So that must be highlighted. Okay. The second topic was by Sushma Madam. Yeah, and digitalization and its impact on consumer perception, level of satisfaction, and many things are there. So here the limitation is, then we can work upon. Dear friends, impact, influence, satisfaction, effectiveness, perception, all these are the tools. हर एक अलग-अलग शस्त्र अस्त्र है जो रशिया यूक्रेन में हम देख रहे हैं, तो इस सबको एक साथ नहीं ला सकते. You should always select a particular one. हर एक के जो word है ना उसका अलग-अलग meaning है. Impact, influence. So rather than bringing 2-3 things together, you can concentrate. Next time आप ऐसे कीजिए कि सिर्फ satisfaction या सिर्फ ये करना है. Second thing, all of us now actually who are from city like Mumbai metro, so impact and satisfaction of digital marketing on consumer behavior. ह्याला मराठीमध्ये don't mind it personally, पण मराठीत आपण म्हणतो चालू स्वतः झालाय असा टॉपिक शक्यतो फ्युचरला तुम्ही विचार करा. जो डिजिटलाइजेशन एंड कंज्यूमर बिहेवियर, इसमें आप थोड़ा सा कुछ अगर और वैरायटी लाओगे तो और भी आपका टॉपिक एकदम अच्छा क्लियर आएगा. प्लीज डोंट टेक इट पर्सनली. Yeah, and the topic in your presentation also you can divide it into 2 parts: review of literature and gap analysis. All presentation, one thing was missing, and that is last slide. Can anyone tell me what is the what should be the last slide of your PPT?
Any questions? Any questions?
Reference. Yes. References. Though nobody reads, we know. Nobody reads, but that sentence should be there. These are my references. Okay, so please add that. Without references, we can't do the IPR. I will not talk much on that. The third presentation was on digital green marketing. Yeah. So I have told you basically when we present any research paper, there is always a time limit. बहुत जगह पे ऐसे स्पेसिफिकली मेरे कॉलेज में बचता है बेल 5 मिनट होने के बाद बेल बजता है, 6 मिनट के बाद 2 बार बेल बजेगा. तो थोड़ा सा अपना जो लेक्चर नहीं है यहाँ ये ऐसी जगह है, यहाँ पे आने के बाद मैं खुद को बहुत भूख रही हूँ. ऐसे होता है कि ज्यादा बोलूं, बट थोड़ा सा लेक्चर नहीं होना चाहिए. रिसर्च पेपर प्रेजेंट करें तो थोड़ा अकॉर्डिंगली कीजिए. मैडम आई विल डेफिनेटली टेल यू पेपर्स आर सेकेंडरी डेटाबेस. ऐसे कहीं पे भी नहीं लिखा है कि सेकेंडरी डेटाबेस रिसर्च पेपर नहीं करना चाहिए. दोनों को इक्वली इंपॉर्टेंस है, बट वन शुड ऑलवेज फॉलो ऑल द पैरामीटर्स. वो जो इंट्रोडक्शन, रिव्यू, ऑब्जेक्टिव, हाइपोथेसिस, स्कोर, लिमिटेशन, दैट वी मस्ट हैव टू. एंड रिसर्च मेथोडोलॉजी में भी आप कैसे डिवाइड करते हो and so on. So that we have to follow rather than focusing on a particular point only. You can do that. So these are the few things. And last is to gentlemen. Basically they try to present at first time. बहुत अच्छे से किया. फर्स्ट टाइम होने के बाद भी ये कॉन्फिडेंस हम लोगों में बाद में आया इस प्रोफेशन में आने के बाद. So I congratulate them because many of us are already doing this activity. They are doing it first time. Only the thing is confidence. चुकला तरी confidence से बोलो. ये आपका फंडा है मार्केटिंग बेसिकली. मतलब जो का पार्ट, बट कॉन्फिडेंस होना चाहिए. आप दूसरे ने टेक ओवर किया तो आप अगर आई कांटेक्ट नहीं करते हो, कॉन्फिडेंस से नहीं बोलते तो वो थोड़ा नीचे जाएगा प्रेजेंटेशन. ओके, सो टॉपिक सिलेक्शन, कॉन्फिडेंस एंड द पीपीटी, ऑल these three things will help you a lot to get a best paper awards in the future. Now I सरांनी सांगितले की आज्ञा हम फॉलो करते हैं आणि सरांनी सांगितले की 4 प्रेजेंटेशंस थे, उसमें से एक बेस्ट प्रेजेंटेशन होना चाहिए, बेस्ट रिसर्च पेपर. सो सर तुम्ही अनाउंस करता का? विचारणार होते पण मला कंट्रोल करता येईल. Any guess? Yes.
Okay. So best paper for this particular track goes to the digitalization of healthcare.
Congratulations and best wishes to others next time. Our paper was complete in different angles, statistical also and other areas which are required. That was very much there. Congratulations. And thank you very much all the audience for patient listening. And it was a learning message for me also. Sarani, I can other wrong but I hope that I get the justice to the task which is given to me. Thank you once again. Yes, thanks a lot.
Yeah. Since morning we are on the almost at the so thereafter the spatial stages in that the doctor science can say the very outstanding, you can say that all the issues that will be after this technical session, now many of the presenters everyone is quite well at far advance. But same whenever the participant yes, some piece of or piece of format. So likewise, our resource today is our technical generation and resource as evaluated on the paper slips, and even at the same time she has reviewed and she has reviewed the test paper and it reads that why the test paper and equation because of research never exists. It's always scraps. There is always a great learning, great thing. Now the next issue, next technical part as per the issue, we have our own case discussion or our interaction with the as far as on the theme energy. So now I open up for the open discussion. Anyone can raise their experience. Anyone can raise their query, and some other people can answer of it. And anyone else can share their knowledge, which will make some discussions. So now I open this folder for the interactive session of the participants. So one by one, every participant can interact. They can add, they can suggest, they can question any kind of decision. Yeah. Whenever you are interact, there's a kind request to introduce yourself with designation and institution name for our record. So it will be more.
Myself, Dr. Seema Vagina. Good afternoon, madam. I am from Cosmopolitan Valia Education Society, and I'm a professor in Communication Department. Today is really a opportunity to all of us to gather offline because from lockdown period we were not meeting with each other online basis going on, and we literally missing those during the lockdown period. So digitalization is somewhere we feel very, very important to be take a note by all of us. During the pandemic situation, the teaching learning process was totally disturbed. Yes, many students who were not in our college area, within our college area, within our local area, they went to their native places with their family. And during that period, digitalization really plays a very crucial role. Because of online teaching learning process, we come to know the actual importance of digitalization in today's era. And as of now, see, the digitalization has been introduced long back in 1991, isn't it? But the actual the challenges and the actual utilization of digitalization, we have seen in a real manner during the lockdown period. Here, teachers, we all teachers used to teach in the class, physical skills, we interact with the students from long period of time, but because of pandemic situation, digitalization gives us a new phase and how to keep the teaching learning process live, how to we connect with the student, even though they are not near to us, they are far from us, but how to we connect. So that is one of the challenging phase for teachers as well as for the students. Again, because of online processes and digitalization and technology, perhaps I would say it would possible for us to connect with them. So in the pre-lunch session, our speaker told that the importance of technology, the importance of communication, all should be taken home. There are some pros and cons, but I think we should be, have to go, or we can say we can hand to hand with our digitalization for the going or substitute before us. We have to learn, we have to go with the digitalization, then we can survive in this competitive and digitalization era.
So someone that's one cloud, something else, so I have your experience for the case. Or they can share their views on another level.
We all say that digitalization is cutting down so many jobs and all of those things. There's also but India in school where teacher at the same robots are there and more having more status because not only the teaching but the teacher is so the knowledge and the same knowledge the same what the robot is producing.
Myself from Chief Judges College of Commerce and Economics. Presently, I'm pursuing Bachelor of Science in Statistics. I have a very suggestion that healthcare see that 4 years back there was only lab for the blood test, right? And now the lab person is coming. So this digitalization has done things coming in, but as also increases the cost. That's the process for that solution. Non-stop. State by the vice chancellor and immediately
Samuel sir.
And then after some time, a smartphone. Smartphone. It is a computer. It's a computer that what especially share, right? These are basically people. Like this is I am a mathematics teacher. I did a master's in mathematics. There's something I think computers that casting national 32 kb just and 32 kb for the memory side. You know, I got that diagram. It's like memory of whole day. 700 rupees of 1990. Yeah, you can already along. Like actually, what I said something good morning. It's slightly more than something 200 kb or somebody sent me a video which is 1930 and the activity is sending not counting any cost. My daughter is in US. She said, engage the player. She gets the data. Like, what I need for this data? 300 rupees every day. I'm taking 10 rupees a day. Just look at the cost. Short, we are being fortunate here. I have seen this journey that maybe because of my age, I'm witnessing all this development. And now somebody said, yes, I would like to add something to your point that medical kind of things. I remember in 20th March, I had some fever that kind of available. The fever everybody was worried, कुछ भी आपको करना हो गया, वो मतलब पूरी हो गई. I just contacted my doctor. Sir, हमारे को देखिए पैरासिटामोल आज क्या करूँ? बोले आज जाओ. I went to the place. Reports were taken. I asked blood also. I said, should I come to you? He said, no. Did not come. Even those reports were sent by the digital. You can say on my WhatsApp. Guess what? That WhatsApp message. Report is said just give me ECG. Don't go for that test, code test. Then even they chase kind of report also sent on this thing, and he instructed medicine again on WhatsApp. That's it. Look at the movie. Where are we going? So today, I mean, one more thing I would like to tell you. Why I'm using the word fortunate is the generation of good capacity here. In my class of undergrad students, when I asked, how many of you want to be good? Everybody looks at me and wonders, I think math or these less maybe time. But if you look at the syllabus and kind of thing, you all are most students here are so are so that you get 20 of the rate. If you start earning SIP kind of 85%, I think there are some also carry 85% even you can use it in SIP. Over around 30 years, investment market piece. You don't know that you are not doing any kind of magic. You can easily take on websites like there is a website called math.com. Simply say here they want to start how much money you want to invest, what is the rate of return kind of things, and you get the figure immediately. There is no magic. I relation even or export from the option. I can compare funds where I want to spend. This is because this is digitalization and there is a lot of research that we can discuss. Please, next. Please.
Just like to share one of my experiences. Sometimes I think digitalization will become frightening now. I just share one experience. I gone to one superstore. And any product we buy, say, Colgate, Medicosis, for example, we it's a digital bill. I say, just swipe the card. Either I like swipe the card, I have wait for the message say for Colgate company. Where we have clicked the bill, and there the company already knows that one more consumer in my name. And you know this offer is there, and this will happen even if you are paying your mobile, recharging your mobile, or buying such a scheme of this or anything else. Now, before we know in a fraction of a second that MNC knows that we have purchased their product. I was shocked by the time I take the bag and see my card, I will get a message from MNC. Thank you for buying our product. Now, this can be advantages of how much of our information they are getting because of digitalization. It's a one MNC privacy. That MNC knows that so and so madam has purchased this product, so and so day. I will not want to give my information. And this is just a point for all of us to ponder. And even actually, Aadhaar card, particularly if I buy a railway ticket from Mumbai to Pune, first class, second class, immediately comes on record my Aadhaar and government of India knows that Dr. Deshmukh is going from Mumbai to Pune. And this which compartment is. Of course, they will not misuse, but all our info digitalization is like encroaching on our privacy, I think. But it also has a positive checks on everything. It's just points.
I've add something. Yeah, do add what discussion going on. See, in the session today, Dr. Singh said that they do primary and secondary data reduction. It's a real-time data. What Madam is saying, I am trying to base cafe. The moment the product is done, immediately the company knows real time. Somebody had purchased from primary demand 100 gram less cafe bottle. Immediately before I pay the money, I receive a message on the next file with discount. So this is the real time data. Like primary and secondary data, that concept is, I mean, important. Okay, but slowly it is moving toward the real time data. Like I can share here a simple example of mine. For February 2020, when I purchased my car, I had paid insurance amount of something 28,000. This year, literally, I mean, I was not with what is the date of renewal of my premium insurance. Maybe I was started getting many calls from different companies. So, आपकी गाड़ी का insurance renew करना है, हम आपको अच्छा ऑफर देंगे. One call to 15 calls, 100 calls, business time of 1 week. Then I thought there is something now I will check. Okay. I received one call on 5 o'clock in the afternoon. That was from Policy Bazaar. Policy Bazaar, I am their client. I want to confirm from there. This is the car insurance for renewal. Which company you would like to go for? I said, I was very fast. Now you suggest what should I do? You don't need this is sir, we are not the agents. We are the advisors. We have got all every company. Every company. You don't need this year, I got only 10,700 rupees. So you can see how much money was saved just by shifting from one platform to another. These are all beautiful things. Short. Of course, what we agree that there is a privacy issue there, right? Because the company has to give you that sharing the data to somebody else, right? And that's what I suppose that sharing the number of the that privacy is that's what I suppose about it. Absolutely. On the points to one.
I just want to add,
Yeah, please.
I have not been sitting continuously from morning, but really a very big congratulations to Dr. Prashant Bhagat sir and his whole team, Jyoti madam, Shamani madam, our principal, each and everyone, till this people serving team. It's really very big teamwork and hearty congratulations. A lot of effort going on.
I thought this is a good discussion. So many good things, so many good on this. The right thing we have to say for the seventh national conference. So for a day was at the 2-day national conference. Successfully, I hope I believe we have properly systematized day by by seeing this way, I get this opportunity. Ask for the business of the so most of the thanks.
Thank you. I see that then yeah. First of all, let me I'll start from the top. First of all, let me thank the open management for providing this kind of opportunity. Then principals for taking this kind of initiative to this kind of good things like this national level conference. Then Dr. Bhagat for taking initiative, putting a lot of efforts, conducting conference is not a joke. Right? So honestly, it's not a joke to conduct this kind of conference. Lot of work is there, lot of teamwork is there. Their entire department puts a lot of efforts. Then the sponsoring authority, right? The sponsored whole event for 2 days. Then all participants, all dignitaries, those who all the way travel from Kerala and other parts of India to deliver this kind of lectures. It's not lectures and over for sharing their thoughts. These are not the type of lecture. Basically, they can say what I can change your life. It is something like this. We were missing this kind of physical interaction. Yes, honestly speaking. So once again, thanks to all participants. Then those who are presented speakers and even the other members, like technical members, staff members, and publicity people, non-technical staff, everyone for making this day one of the conference successful. Managing the word successful, it is a real successful. Quantity is okay. You may have thousands of people sitting in front of you, but nobody is serious. Here, that quality is important to what serious. Contributed a lot. Maybe somebody has presented. See, again, remember, presenting the paper, forget about the quality. There are people, they are there to see and suggest something, what to do, what should come first, what should do. That effort is very important. That effort is very important. You are taking efforts, that's more than enough, and surely this state will take you ahead. This Once again, I thank you everyone. Participating. Thank you.
Or instrument. क्रिएट करायला व्हिडिओ हे बंद करा.